Righto, let's see what the new chapter is all about. Welcome to the stream. Let me change the YouTube chat to live so I can see all your messages. There we go. I might need to lower the quality of the graphics on the game though, but we'll see. So, well, first of all, Sigurd, our sponsor. What's this now? Oh, it's the after story. Okay, so this is not gonna be a long one. Well, actually, I have a really cool video that I wanted to react to, so that's good. But let's see. Oh yeah, I definitely need to lower the video quality. No, let's just go with... No, I'm not gonna go with recommended. Let's put that off. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it should be fine.
Navora, has she been staying here to recover?
The year is 1921. Blah blah blah. Okay. This was the version that we saw in the end cutscene of the last chapter. So let's see what she has to say for us. Cute hat as well. Not as impressive as what Brad has told.
How are you recovering from your injuries, Navora?
Oh, it's you, Rover. Yes, I'm feeling much better. Dr. Herzen took very good care of me. I just did what he said and rested for a few days here, and I barely feel any pain now. Are you here to visit him?
Mm-hmm. I would guess so.
Yes, we have something to discuss. Is he here?
He's in the counseling room next door.
Thank
my
you.
friend
Hello.
Skrika is in there.
Sorry,
It might take a while, huh?
my followers are broken today.
Thanks.
But
Take care of
I
yourself.
get them on the phone.
How to put this? I think you can have more faith in yourself, Sigrika.
So this is Luke Harrison. This is the current one we can pull for. I in fact have 10 pulls. So after this discussion or this scene, I'll do the 10 pull. Yeah, she's cute.
Faith in myself.
You see, people can be more perceptive than you might realize, including those you care about. So try not to take everything to heart. Go a little easier on yourself. Good or bad, true or false, these things have a way of coming to light. And as your friend Denia said, sometimes a little distraction is good for your health.
Yeah, sometimes you need to relax.
Yeah. I'll give it a try. Thank you, Dr. Harrison.
You're welcome. Again, don't push yourself too hard. I take it you're the type who'd suddenly bolt up in bed at night, wide awake, worrying about an exam? And that'd probably go on for a whole week.
Huh? Is it really that obvious?
He's a doctor, he knows.
Only my conjecture. Would you like some candy? Sweets help keep a smile.
Sure. And is it okay for me to come back some other time, Dr. Harrison?
Why, of course. Feel free to visit my office
Someone has a crush.
anytime, Sigrika.
Oh, she's so giddy. Oh.
So, about that Exostrider plan you mentioned, let's get into it.
All in good time. Let's start with something lighter first.
So what's up?
Something lighter?
Any topic at all. Let's slow the tempo a little. You're too eager. Your emotions are clouding your judgment. You must feel it too. Here, a piece of candy. It'll help take the edge off and lighten the mood.
I am boring heterosexual, but I think any heterosexual female players and homosexual male players would already be oogling over this guy.
No thanks.
I understand your anxiety over Imith's situation. You've always held her dear, but it's taken more out of you than you realize.
Or bisexual men, I suppose.
Things are best taken one step at a time. The Exostrider hasn't awakened yet. The key is to pace ourselves. Slow and steady, right?
Okay, you're right. Let's table the Exostrider for now. Let's talk about you, Luke. I trust Imith. What we experienced together proved she was telling me the truth. And there's a connection there I can't ignore.
So in the last chapter we learned that this rover is apparently from like an outer world or something, and perhaps a time traveler of sorts. The void is kind of chaotic like that, but we'll see.
But you and me? We might be strangers in passing who became confidants, as you put it. But it feels like every conversation
And Luke
we
knows
have
her from
just
like
skims the
some time
surface.
before. She lost her memories.
I prefer to know who I'm working with before jumping into something as big as opening the Strider Gate. It'll affect the entire Lahairoi region.
Point taken. It seems a proper introduction is long overdue.
Please.
Please, ask me anything. I'll answer as candidly as I can.
As you can. Sure.
Are you a consultant from the Black Shores?
That I am not. Work that leaves documented trails doesn't suit my style. But I am acquainted with quite a few bloom
Okay,
bearers.
so it's in another organization then.
Imeth said she didn't know you well, but that I could trust you. You also know about the bond between me and her. How?
Imeth is a sharp girl. Even though you never introduced me to her, she could read between the lines of your actions.
Okay.
She's a lot like you. Smart, driven, good at bearing burdens. But she's proven to be even more stubborn than you are.
Well, that is accurate.
After
Yes.
you left Lahairoi, she came to see me a few times in the name of counseling. To learn about you.
And for anyone who doesn't know, Imeth is pretty much like a younger girl that became, I don't know, Rover's stepdaughter in a previous life.
You didn't tell her anything.
I didn't. You had other tasks for me here in Lahairoi. You didn't let us properly get to know each other because you wanted to shield her from my line of work. She later stopped these visits after realizing that.
That's kind of sad, but I see.
Still, I really hoped she would have opened up to me more. You both tend to keep things to yourselves, and that's never good for anyone.
It may be good.
One last question. What did you mean I had other tasks for you?
Yeah, that's the $1 million
That is a
question,
key
ain't it?
topic, but not suitable for discussion here.
Of course not.
The Space Trek Collective is backed by a number of different nations and powers. Their internal politics are of no concern to us. There are many watching eyes among the support staff. The infirmary is, after all, a public space. Why don't we take this somewhere more private?
Sure, let's go visit the hot
To
spring.
where?
I have a place in mind. Just come with me, Golden Girl.
What? Okay, that will probably be significant later.
More personal business to attend to again, Dr. Herson?
Just a quick break, Nana. Mind holding down the fort? The next shift will be here soon.
Take care, Doctor. Do try to return in one piece.
Don't worry. I have her with me today.
So that would be one of the things watching us. So it was whoever that was. Okay, now let's see. Do I get control of the character? Or do we instantly go to elsewhere?
Sundermere?
Apparently not.
Yes. I keep a small workspace of my own here.
Interesting. Okay. Before anything else, let's do a temple, because I have 10 convenes available. Let's see. Oh, no. No dice. I got a Lumi though. I could do another. Fuck it, let's do another. But after that, I'll go to the next place. Nope. Got an Aldo. Okay. Well, thus we proceed. That's yeah, that sounds good. We. Oh, maybe that was not where we're supposed to go. Hold. So yeah. Oh, I chose one.
Leave them to me. Let's not waste any more time.
Okay. Yeah, I do like the playstyle of this character, so I do wish that I get to pull at least easy roll from him. Boom.
A barrel.
And the smaller spiders you get to die, and the thing gets to die. Go. We good.
The Exostrider's sword emits a unique frequency. It shields my workspace from most long-range detection methods.
Fascinating.
You picked a good spot.
RP walk. Maybe I'll swap to a smaller character. Brand is my absolute favorite character of the game this far though. He is so like versatile. He provides shields, does okay damage, and he also heals. So, what do we have here? Nothing. The sensor will pick up. What? Looks like a cool place.
Quite a stash.
This is what a secret room is about.
Mm-hmm.
Now, where were we?
About you and your.
Let's start with the conclusion before we get into all the details. You asked me to come to Lahai Roy to watch for any Fraxidus activity.
That makes sense.
Warren was the first Fraxidus mole you uncovered. And you certainly won't be the last. Think of the Space Trek Collective as a web of competing powers. It's as much a haven for independence as a playground for agendas. An isolated polar region, rich with exoswarm and the potential for technological breakthrough. Lahai Roy is a gold mine, even for the Fraxidus.
Well, the Fraxidus does tend to put their dirty paws to everywhere, so that wouldn't exactly be a surprise.
You're saying the fall of Helios wasn't their real goal?
It was one of several. After your journey in Huanglong and Renacida, I'm sure you've come to realize their true aim.
The Trinodian. Aleph 1.
Well, to be honest, they've been working with all the Trinodians, not just Aleph 1.
Correct. Given the Trinodian's unique nature, it's sure to catch their attention. Moreover, Aleph 1 is closely linked to the Strider Gate, which may be our ticket to outer space.
Spying on the Fraxidus is risky. Why would I have chosen you for this task?
Well, that is a bit of a long story.
Perhaps she has a unique set of skills.
You've always preferred to see things for yourself. Please, follow me to that table.
I saw something weird over there. Maybe it was just illusion. Or graphics glitch. Well, that's an old-ass monitor. But what do we have here? Oh, I've seen those things before. What was the point of having me click that? Okay. golden hue quietly contained inside. Let's see. Yeah. So look, maybe. Well, there is more to look than we can know this far. I don't know, the investigation thing, at least on PC, is kind of dumb, but it is what it is. It could have been just dialogue, to be fair.
The golden serum, developed by the Naviale group. I prefer its other name, Ichor.
A special promotional words be wording. Special pharmaceutical substance developed for extremely rare diseases. However, its severe side effects make it intolerable almost, keeping it under ongoing research and validation. Its natural form, ichor is a volatile golden liquid that radiates intense heat at room temperature. In rare cases, it can be controlled and stabilized into a solid form.
My father started it as a medication for rare diseases. But as research progressed, it came to represent something far more ambitious. The drug of evolution.
Interesting.
Evolution. Sounds like something the Fraxidus would like.
Yeah.
Well, on paper it worked. I became its resonator, so it would be unfair to say it was entirely useless. But I was a rare case who survived. All it cost me was excruciating pain and my colored vision. Most test subjects like me didn't make it. It wasn't until I met you that I realized there was more to the story. The rest is in my study, shall we?
Yes, we shall. Oh, this looks like a cozy room. The aquarium and all. Investigate. Sure. Drawing of family. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Well, that's him. Who's this? That's his dad, obviously. Picture is a child's drawing of a family rendered in simple, earnest lines. Father and older and younger brother. This one with a big, happy smile. And what's behind it? I guess that's a signature with a smiley face. Scribbled it's always happy. A Reinharsen, okay, so it's perhaps made by the younger brother. It's been drawn years ago, but the frame is carefully preserved and so it's a little weird. Let's see.
My brother Ryan drew this picture.
Yeah, I guess that's much.
We're not related by blood.
Oh.
Father took us both in after his own children passed away from a rare illness long ago. Ryan never could handle pain. But he was easy to cheer up. Whenever the grown-ups would give me candy, I'd save it all for him.
I see you still give people candy.
So that's why he always has candy
Yeah.
with him.
For a while, I tried to be the perfect son Father wanted. It never worked. So eventually I stopped trying.
Damn.
It only got worse from there. What Father tried to do to Ryan was unforgivable. And then came that accident. I thought what my father did was a rather mundane story. A cliche, someone trying to atone for past guilt, only to cause greater harm. Until your hints made me suspect it was someone's staged finale. So I had my father's grave exhumed. It was empty.
Fascinating. Then there's the other place. Lots of books and stuff laying around. Well, it's a study, so we study. And a report. Well, it has a big ass hole in it. Let's see. You examine the burnt paste. Many parts of it are illegible due to the burns. Possibly have been salvaged from a fire. Well, as opposed to water burning stuff. Judging by the legible contents. It's a report. Slyra and Voidmother and Sorry, destined for the new Federation. That's like the lawless place, I think. No. Nothing in the back. What do I see then? The Fractious insignia. Well, that is interesting, to say the least.
The entire Lola logistics carrier was already blown to smithereens by the time I recovered this page.
Let's see.
I managed a quick glimpse before the fire consumed most of the page. It is a report from an overseer.
A Fraxidus Overseer's report on its way to the new Federation?
That would they would
Yes.
have things.
Tucked away in a Lola logistics delivery box.
That's
The recipient is Eris in the new Federation.
Have I heard this name before? Maybe, but if so, I forget. It's probably not a coincidence.
Those 3 items you just showed me. Did the Fraxidus get into Naviale's work after learning about the Icar's potential for evolution?
Yeah. Pharmaceutical corporation based on the new federation's core technologies from the development of Icar. Groundbreaking medical advance shadowed by perpetual controversy.
They didn't just get into our work. They went a step further. Replacement. Have you ever met the Fraxidus' Grand Architect?
I've heard of him.
The thousand-faced survivor. We met near the Styx Lake, deep within the Dark Tide. Wait. Does this mean your father was...
Yes. My father was just another face the Grand Architect borrowed. Though looking back now, I can't recall the moment the real him was taken. I think the Grand Architect sees life and death as a game. I wouldn't be surprised if Father was even smiling in his coffin as we buried him in that downpour. So, that's your answer. Why did you choose me? Because I have a very personal reason to go after the Fraxidus. Hatred.
That's a valid one.
Hatred. Even now?
Now, it has become something of a habit. Continue this train of investigation and you'll see for yourself what they are. But before you do, there's something I should share. My friends in the Black Shores told me you've already had a few run-ins with certain overseers. Is that right?
Correct.
3. Cristoforo, Frolova, and Scar. Plus the Grand Architect you mentioned.
Ah, those names do ring a bell. Frolova is codenamed Hecate. Cristoforo? Arachnos. Intriguing, isn't it? The flair they have for their own branding.
It's funny because Prolova is actually now a character in the game. I actually have her.
But
I
it's
don't
a
use her
telling
much, but-
detail. The codename can reveal its owner's style, personal tastes, and even ambitions. Think about it.
Well, Scar, he was just like a beast, but he didn't have a...
I've been compiling reports on the Overseers for years. Allow me to share what I've learned so far.
Please do.
I've reactivated your access. You'll find the door controls right over there.
Classic hidden door. Well, this is certainly a place.
The Fraxidus is loosely organized. Most of its members have only undergone basic, artificially induced body modification. They're not terribly difficult to neutralize.
Yeah.
But if you encounter artificers with more creative modifications, you're likely looking at the handiwork of Hydra.
We in Marvel Universe now?
Hydra is their leading mind on human evolution and body modifications. Whoever they are, they often work in tandem with Siren.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, if you spot one, be on guard in case the other is lurking close by.
Record containers. And what's this one?
Zashiki Warashi won't require much of your attention. This overseer primarily operates in Ashinohara, a region that's been largely destroyed by the Lament.
Ashinohara. I've heard of it somewhere before.
The girl we had in the infirmary for a while. Chisa, I remember. The city that trapped her, Onami, is part of Ashinohara.
I actually got Chisa the other day.
Now, on to two key pieces of the puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
I did say the Fraxidus was a loose organization, but even the most scattered cells still need funding to function.
So where is the money? Follow the paper trail.
Remember that report from earlier? It's only a matter of time before you go to the new Federation.
Mm-hmm.
And based on the intel I've gathered,
They'll be waiting.
that's their most critical base of operations. And where you'll find Eris.
They will be waiting.
How critical? Do they operate in the open?
Not exactly. But in a place where money talks, they must have members in the highest echelons of government and business. Key members.
So some of the 1,000 faces are there.
Their foothold in the new Federation has given them immense leverage. With that endless stream of wealth, the Fraxidus operates with impunity across the planet. Speaking of which, Star Torch Academy is also heavily funded by the new Federation. To be blunt, they're the Space Trek Collective's single largest donor.
Mm-hmm.
Eris, huh? Duly noted. I'm assuming the other key piece is the Grand Architect.
That would make sense.
The Fraxidus Grand Architect. Their true name is unknown. They only appear through borrowed identities. Real people, legendary beings, and even the phantoms of the dead from others' memories. I did brush shoulders with them once. It was a shame. I had no idea at the time, and missed my shot.
Couldn't... I expect Luke would literally shoot them in the face.
This pen was the only thing I brought back from that great fire.
Mm-hmm.
I have yet to decipher the lettering, but it shows one thing for sure. The Grand Architect has been around
Oh,
for
right,
a
we've seen this before.
very long time. It's a pity you called me to Lahai Roy. Otherwise, I would have continued following that trail. But you always have a good reason, right?
Probably.
You uncovered all this by yourself?
More or less. I did have some help along the way.
To get your hands on one of the Grand Architect's personal items, you did more than just follow a trail.
Mm-hmm.
You infiltrated them.
Playing along with them isn't that difficult once you get the hang of it. Like I said, they are a loose organization.
Knowing the Fraxidus, stealing all that intel on the Overseers is risky, no matter how loose they are. Each infiltration will only be more dangerous than the last. Luke, how can a doctor who doesn't value his own life save anyone
That's
else's?
harsh.
You know, this is the second time you've said those words to me.
Interesting. I probably did in my last life.
They got away again.
I suppose this is...
If I hadn't been so cautious, I could have taken care of them this time. I should send today's findings to her. It's been 2 years. I suppose I'm due for a report.
I wonder where
Good. You got the
Robert was.
intel. Would have been a shame if I got myself
That's the
killed for
point.
nothing. You want me to go to Lahai Roy? Why?
Hmm?
There's evidence of their activity in the High Roy. I need you to keep an eye on things. And frankly, you need a break.
Everything's burning to
Now
ashes.
is not the right time.
You've already drawn enough attention. Do we really have to wait for you to get killed to decide it's the right time? How can a doctor save anyone else's life if he doesn't value his own? Keep pushing like this, and you'll be no different from them.
Not pulling any punches, are you?
Trust me, that's only the warm-up. The High Roy is a nice place, Luke. Bright, passionate students, beautiful snow. Perfect for slowing things down. Listen to me on this. Come.
Very well. As you wish. So I've led a leisurely life in the High Roy ever since. No need to worry. I know my limits.
Oh, my eyes have color
Let's
for
set
him.
aside the Fraxidus for now. We should discuss the Exostrider plan. But first, tell me what happened to you and Imeth in the Frostlands.
Well, we fought me. Apparently. Well, that was in the void. In the Frostlands.
See, Imeth, she... No wonder you're in such a state.
I understand her reasons. She was fighting for her dream, for the High Roy in the only way she knew how. And I respect that. The fate she chose for herself.
Mm-hmm.
But I won't accept it. There's more I haven't tried. I'm not done fighting for her.
There is still things to do, yes.
Of course. I wouldn't expect you to give up so easily. Now, about the Exostrider. It started with the Space Trek Collective finding a giant solid-skin root network in Bjartar Woods. They identified it as the lid, sealing the Strider Gate, so to speak.
Ah,
It keeps the Threnodians' fractured forms sealed on both sides of the Strider Gate. Break it, and these forms will reunite. That wouldn't just spell Lahai Roy's doomsday, but the entire world.
and the bird, if it, of course, is the word.
But the Collective still yearned to open that gateway, to explore the unknown. So, they created the Synchronists. The idea was to use augmented resonance to amplify the Exostrider's power, hoping that would keep the Threnodians suppressed. But lately,
Let's see.
the Threnodians' attacks on the seal have been increasing. I'm afraid the Fraxidus is also getting ready to make a move. With the reactor core returned, all you need now is a little patience. Wait for the Exostrider to awaken. Then we can focus on how to use it to find Imeth. You were a synchronist in the Academy once before. I'll speak with Lucilla about getting you piloting access.
That might be dangerous.
Then I'll wait for your news, Luke.
Certainly. But our immediate priority should be the Fraxidus. I have a feeling they're planning to sabotage our plans for the Exostrider.
Well, boys, of course they have.
Rover said she'd like to check on the Exostrider in the Frostlands before she left. Well, could be a way to take her mind off things.
Yeah, I could take a motorbike
Now
ride.
then.
Dr. Herson, is something the matter?
And
Must you always assume the worst, Lucilla? Can't I just call to chat?
I find that highly unlikely, Doctor. Let's skip the preamble. What is it?
Rover.
what is the issue then?
So this is about Imeth. She was so tight-lipped with me about what happened in the Frostlands. Yet, she spoke to you.
Imeth. As someone who's native in Finnish, that like doesn't make that the pronunciation doesn't make sense for me.
Sitting on our hands won't fix anything. And she was
Well,
willing to open up. If a friend runs into trouble, I'll naturally step in to listen. Besides, what I have to share today benefits the Academy. It could help us get ahead of a few potential issues.
Very well. Let's hear it then. Meet me at the Institute, the usual spot.
What do we have here then? Usual spot. Okay.
My head's spinning. No. Not now. I have to finish my thesis. I can faint after the paper's done.
I'm a doctor, can I help you?
Oh, Dr. Herson. It's good to see you.
Ethan, you looked fine not long ago. What happened to you?
My thesis. My spot at the...
Hold on. I recall you coming by the infirmary with good news earlier. Something about an institute professor recruiting you for your top marks? Is this the price you have to pay for that? Careful. You might get talked out of the job over health issues.
No, I will get that position at the Institute. I'll crawl there if I have to. I'll come back from the dead if I die first.
Please don't die.
Now you're just delirious. I know getting this opportunity wasn't easy. You can't exactly just ask for time off. Come by my office later. I'll write you a sick note. You can't run yourself like an exoswarm, thinking you'll recharge the moment the sun comes up. It's not how we humans work.
Thank you, Doctor. Good things are bound to come your way. This takes me back. I always got my best sleep passed out in your infirmary.
Yeah, and people be overworking themselves. Hello, do you do?
Let's see here. Who's still skipping their physical checkup?
Another doctor, I guess.
Do these people not believe in proper work-life balance? So irresponsible.
Yeah, I know. Right.
Ah, young Luke. What brings you to
Slacking
the
off,
Institute
senior
today?
doctor.
Just here to discuss something with someone. How have your shifts been treating you these past few months?
Not bad. You know, these researchers, getting them in for a checkup is like pulling their teeth. I have to hunt them down myself. What do you say we grab a drink after my shift? The meal plans here are all nutritional efficiency. Tastes
Yeah,
like chewed up cardboard.
that was kind of a meme in a previous story that the food here tastes like shit. Well, doesn't taste like anything.
Of course. Why don't I show you that scout drone model I just finished while we're at it?
You work fast. You really do enjoy that sort of tinkering.
Taking things apart and putting them back together again is quite stress relieving. It's a nice way to unwind after a day's work.
So, what do you say we sneak over to Rogan's place when we get a minute and liberate the cannon barrel from that precious bot of his? We can put it back after he's had a good meltdown.
I'd rather not be an accomplice to that. It's unethical. And I can't believe you're still holding a grudge over that fish he stewed behind your back.
Okay, that was quite pointless. Let me RP walk. No, I'm not gonna RP walk. I'll just run. Now, do I get to meet her in real life? There she is.
Have a seat, Doctor.
Gladly.
Shame. I thought she would come with you.
She's preoccupied.
She's been here before. But things are different now. I prefer not to have her tangled in the collective's trivial matters.
Fair enough. But I'm not like those stubborn old goats you're used to dealing with. I don't chase after pride or rank. All I care about is Star Torch Academy.
Okay.
Now go on. Give me the highlights, Dr. Herson.
Yep.
The Fraxidus. I understand. I'll keep a closer watch. As for piloting the Exostrider, if she is capable, that's fine by me. The Research Institute will see to the preparations. That said, we can't ignore the risks that come with opening the Strider Gate. I have someone in mind who can help. But first, let me have a quick word with her. The Threnodian concerns every one of us at Lahairoi. I'll handle the board as you've asked. You focus on her and the matters here on campus.
Thank you for understanding, Lucilla. President. Our conversation went more smoothly than I expected. I thought you might think I had a hidden agenda.
He does, but
As a thank you, care for some candy?
I'll pass. I'm well aware of your candy outreach program across campus. I've had my fill of sweets over the years. As for what you said earlier, I've been here long enough to know exactly who you are. Thanks to your efforts in uncovering those moles, the Academy is safer, and we have far fewer headaches to worry about. What truly surprised us was your choice to stay all these years, and become one of Lahairoi's steadfast guardians.
it seems to have been requested.
Oh, I'm just glad the President doesn't see me as some busybody.
You're the right kind of busybody. The kind we're happy to have.
A friend of mine sold me on this place. Went on and on about the beautiful snow and the bright, passionate students. Convinced me to come. But when I actually got here, nothing like the brochure she described. Turns out, 8 out of 10 staff members were planted here by different factions. Our students dream of reaching the stars, all while living in a gilded cage. Meanwhile, we have Roya dealing in exoswarm parts and colluding with new Federation smugglers.
Shit happens.
I know that these students aren't fools. They're the best minds from across the nations. If even I can see what's going on, how could they be blind to it? It's their ideals, their hope for the future that lets them endure the ugly realities of this place without becoming cynical. I only came to Lahai Roy because a friend recommended it. But now,
What's going on?
Now you've grown to like it here, right?
yes, same as you, Madam President. An urgent transmission from Nana. If you'll excuse me.
What up?
Dr. Hurd said there was a break-in at the infirmary.
What?
Nevora's been kidnapped by the one we previously detained, Warren.
Well,
What is your status? Are you severely damaged?
No need to worry. Just need time to repair.
Understood. Prioritize damage control after this call. Notify the Academy's security department. It'll take time for them to respond. I'll go after Warren. Which direction did he take her?
well, suddenly
Received
things
message from the
escalated.
Academy. They're heading towards the Sky Arc space station in the Frostlands.
It's the Court of Savante space station she and I discovered before. I'm on my way.
Well,
Warren has escaped. He's taken a student and is heading for one of the debris fields in the Frostlands.
What do you plan to do?
I'm going after him. I'd like you to set up a perimeter there to cut off his escape and prevent any further risks to the Academy.
You want me to secure a perimeter while you go in alone to handle Warren?
well, do you want to come with
I
me?
have a hypothesis. One I'd like to verify by myself.
Very well. Your track record warrants it. Go, Dr. Herson. I'll expect good news.
Hopefully we take the MC with us. Unless it's a solo mission, then well, we'll see. It remains to be seen then. Wait, looks
Navora. Why now?
seem to be a solo mission then. Anything interesting here? No. At least not on sensor. Let's see our doctoral thesis or hypothesis. Hypothesis come true. I should have slept for longer. My brain is not braining in English today.
I know you've been here before. Take me to the data room. Now!
Oh, okay. I'll do anything you say.
Data room.
They're heading deeper into the station. Is there someplace we haven't discovered yet?
Hello.
Right on schedule. Huh. Gotcha. Imbalance ends here.
So if you could kindly just be deceased,
Time to incise.
that would be cool. Okay, we proceed. No, well, this helps.
That's clear.
Skippity, 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 skippity. And we dash in. What the fuck is this? Researchers?
The researchers the Academy stationed here. 2 with gunshot wounds, but still alive. And this one? No vitals.
Yeah, we need.
Their bleeding
assistance.
stopped. I should keep going after Warren.
But let me loot these things first.
The bath's clear.
I think that's all. Yeah. Not that one. There's one.
Right on schedule.
Hi.
Game over. A bearable price. Time to incise. Finally,
I get the all
some blood.
the other one.
I
How about
bestow
you? Die.
eternal peace.
There we go.
Return to silence.
Efficient. See. Don't mind me just getting all the loot. What do we have here? Oh, module adapters. Module adapter.
Spatial anomalies. Did someone reactivate the Skyark system?
So it would seem.
I'll get out of Lahai, Roy. Out of this cursed place.
Don't they have like free
It
passage?
appears Warren's taken Navora to the data room we visited earlier.
Well, that's corrupted place.
The path is blocked. It's those error modules again. I should use the adapter.
There we go.
It's cleared. Gotta keep moving.
Well, that's a interesting path to take. It's kind of trippy. I might actually try to make something like this a part of my VTuber stuff. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna go to that.
Almost there. Now, moment of truth.
Yeah. That. Now let's see if we can find this Warren dude. Oh, hello.
I brought the student, just like you asked. So, you... Where are you? Lahai Roy was just a minor setback. I'm still useful. I still have work in the new Federation. I still...
You still have a chance to die.
Stop! Say something! You! That doctor who's always watching.
You've reached a dead end, Warren. Don't you see that?
Soon you'll be dead. That won't stop me.
It's your dead end!
Observe.
Skyark's data room. There must be a reason. Was that just impulse? Or perhaps...
Oh, it actually hit me. That's annoying.
It's deeper.
Please be deceased. Thank you. And you as well. Oh, you
Split
wave.
and forth, a bearable price. Ash takes form. Finally,
Can
some
you
blood.
please?
A ton
Thank
to its
you.
size. I bestow
And have an out.
eternal peace.
And have a phone break. And boop. That works. And you can still breathing.
No! Dr. Harrison! Warren, is he?
He's only unconscious. Everything's okay, Navora. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. It's just that he struck me in the back of the neck. It really hurts. I'm
Was she infected
really scared.
by something?
It's okay. Don't force yourself to hold it in. After a shock like that, it's much better if you let it out. Keeping it bottled up is stressful in itself. Take your time. Tell me what happened when you're ready.
Okay. I'll try. I just need a moment.
Interesting.
Rest here for now. I'll go check on Warren.
Perhaps I can help with him with all the being alive situation.
I fell asleep on the hospital bed. When I woke up and opened my eyes, Warren was pointing a gun at my head.
How'd you get a gun anyway?
He was frantic, grilled me non-stop about Skyark, and when he found out I'd been to the station before, he forced me to bring him.
How about you don't touch that thing?
Wait! Those researchers by the door!
One of them didn't make it. The other two are still alive.
I see. As for what else happened, I don't really remember.
That's all right. I've already formed a rough theory about his motives now. You should rest, Navora. We'll handle things from here.
Is that so? Then, Dr. Herson, care to share your theory?
Oh, well, she's working with faction, certainly. But he's always watching. No, she was working with someone. Hello.
Oh, Doctor. How mean. Is that any way to treat a student?
I'm afraid identity theft is not in the curriculum. Isn't that right? Grand Architect of the Fraxidus? Since you insist on playing the student, I'll offer a lesson. It takes two to play a game.
Get fucked.
was going to kill you for a little one-on-one time with Rover. Shame.
Be gone. We are done with you today.
Regrettable that you did what was meant for you.
Blah blah blah.
But it's okay. Uncle Warren's dead. Nice and clean.
Being caught out in the open, and still he thought he could just vanish from La Highroy and get away with this fiasco. The naivety is remarkable.
Anyway, I got back what I wanted too, so I'm a happy girl.
On my way here, I kept wondering why you acted so quickly. Didn't fit your usual style of staying in character until the very end. Just as I thought. You were after this pen.
Ah, yes. My precious. I couldn't
My
find it
precious.
anywhere. So it was you who took it from me. This is the first time someone's taken something from you. Oh, I almost forgot to ask. When did you begin to suspect?
If you must know, my suspicions began to deepen during our last visit to the space station, when you feigned that injury. Your acting had been flawless, Grand Architect, but even you cannot mimic what you don't understand. Death itself. To an immortal like you, no matter how many times you die, it's just another lost identity. And I happen to have seen you die before.
Yeah, it's just my father in there.
Oh? Is this why you've had your eye on me all this time? Let me think. Oops. Can't seem to remember. My bad. My real favorite things are the ones that are really old and far, far away. But you're something special, Dr. Herson. You're the first person in forever to ever come this close.
Anything?
Without you, the game in the High Roy would be so boring. So, you get prizes. And I promise, it's right up your alley. Now, for the first one. At the upcoming new solar celebration, among all the lovely students, stands a member of the Fractidus.
That's not unexpected, I suppose.
I'm so looking forward to that child's performance.
Telling us this doesn't do your spy any good.
But that's what makes it fun! It's a cat and mouse game. The mouse needs to know the cat is coming, or how else will it run fast enough on its little wheel? To win, you just have to be the hunter. And if you do end up catching that child, that just proves they were useless anyway.
That was only the first. What's the next one?
The next prize is right here in this data room. You're so smart, Dr. Herson.
Interesting.
I bet you've already figured it out, no?
Something about
I had
breakfast
so
time,
much
is it?
fun on this little trip to the Sky Arc. So, how did you feel seeing the etheric sea? Oh, home sweet home. Your faraway home. The one you can never, ever go back to.
Allegedly.
Leaving you there wasn't all for nothing. The look on your face was the sweetest treat. be sure to have more fun like this in the future. Until next time, you two.
Yes, please do fuck off.
I wish you a pleasant past, present, and future.
Why did you stop me? You think we couldn't have stopped her here?
No, probably not.
Yes. My goal was to gather intelligence, not apprehend the Fraxidus' Grand Architect. When we dug up my father's empty grave, I realized that it is no simple feat to find an immortal who leaves no trail. The Grand Architect may appear to act on a whim, but in my observation, that playfulness is just another layer of disguise. There's a purpose behind it. When Nana called earlier, something felt off. Warren is a researcher himself. Why would he need to take a student hostage to investigate a debris field? Even if he did, breaking into the infirmary and letting Nana send a distress call was a sloppy strategy. Of course I'd be the first person she contacted.
So that's why you called me afterwards. I did hear Navarre say you've had her in the infirmary all this time. You were keeping an eye on her then.
I was waiting for her to show her hand. Until then, it was all speculation. I needed to see her end the act to be sure. Immortal, 1,000 faces. We've managed to gather quite a bit of intel on the Grand Architect.
Yeah, we
If I'm not mistaken, there should be something more important hidden in this room.
Let's see what is there.
Otherwise, she wouldn't have called it a prize.
What do we have here? That looks...
These are personnel files from the Skyark space station. This lettering. Do you recall the lead researcher on the Etheric Sea Initiative? The one we saw in the hologram during our first visit?
Professor Junshi.
Yes. During his lecture, he mentioned a scholar who had just joined the project, Wei Ying, but his introduction was cut short. I've found that scholar's record in the system, and her name. The letters of this name are a perfect match with those engraved on that pen.
Interesting. So it
Are
was
you
a gift.
saying that scholar is the Grand Architect?
Or it was gifted.
According to these records, the Etheric Sea Initiative was stalled due to a lack of funding until she joined. Then, it was pushed back on track. Her involvement influenced the CSC's decision on this project. But everything else about her birthplace, employment history, or academic background is missing.
Sounds like another identity borrowed by the Grand Architect.
Indeed. It seems we've just traced this thousand-faced individual back to an even earlier point in Solaris' history. These records also show Wei Ying took great interest in the CSC and Etheric Sea Initiative during that period. That must be why she infiltrated the Skyark space station.
The universe. What secrets is it hiding behind all those infinite stars? I really want to know.
And about that footage... No need to explain. The fewer people who know about your secret, the better. just occurred to me that this wasn't a coincidence. If her goal in the past involved you, then it's something to keep in mind on your journey ahead.
Definitely.
The Etheric Sea. That might have been my entry point to Solaris after leaving my distant homeland.
I mean, that was pretty clear.
Wei Ying was interested in the Etheric Sea before its planet-wide spread. Did she want to use it as a medium to reach somewhere beyond? I will. Given her nature, it's only a matter of time before we meet again. The more she appears, the more she gives away. If she enjoys playing games, then it means she'll follow some rules at least. Otherwise, she'd die of boredom.
Exactly. And as I've said before, sometimes style, personal taste, and ambition can be more revealing than intended.
That is true as well.
The Fraxidus has more than one base in Solaris, and I'm far from the only one with a grudge or an interest in their activities. Until now, the Grand Architect has been like a reflection in water. She never appears as her own person, only by the faces of the already dead.
And as Charon, the ferryman of the dead, of course. But well, maybe Charon is also dead. Lives in Hades in their mythology, but I don't know about the mythology in WuWa.
But now, her fascination with what lies beyond all those infinite stars is a thread we can pull. We can start identifying which schemes bear her signature. And the Court of Savante, since our Grand Architect has taken interest in them before, a trip to Mengzhou may be worth a visit.
Okay.
The Court of Savante was active in Mengzhou?
Just a rumor. They say a city was built there under their direction. There may be clues there.
It's worth checking out them. I guess that's where
As
we're
for
going
the
next.
new Federation, you'll likely end up there eventually if you plan to counter the Fraxidus' operations in the future.
Yeah, that's inevitable.
But not now. Things are too complicated over there, and they handle resonators differently. Even with the Black Shore's backing, going in unprepared would be serious risk.
I'll be cautious. Before Navora, did you find any other traces of this Grand Architect in the High Roy?
I'm sure there is another.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is this one thing, but it's only speculation. About how Imeth disappeared. From what you told me, she died from overclocking trying to stop the Thernodian over a decade ago. After that incident, the Academy detected cracks on the Thernodian seal in the depths of Biarter Woods. The damage seemed intentional.
So is it her or is it me?
I believe it was the Grand Architect who damaged the seal, and that led to Imeth's death.
Oh. Well then. Now I want to kill him too.
Lucila's people will handle things here now. We should leave.
To where?
Let's go clear our minds. You shouldn't sit with this alone.
Maybe I'll have a piece of candy.
Penny for your thoughts?
Hello, penguins.
Too many to count.
I tried to
Feel like talking about it?
No.
Maybe a little.
Oh, okay. Loading screen.
I keep wondering if the choices I made in the past were the right ones. I still don't know why I chose to erase my memories. That one decision cost me my grip on everything.
Yeah, that's still quite
Made
weird.
me leave so many people behind. You, Imeth, those at the Black Shores, and probably more I don't even know or remember now. I pulled everyone into my grand plan to save the world, and when it mattered most, I wasn't even there. If we can't save Imeth, she'll just be forgotten. Left to drift in the void forever.
Even if that hadn't happened, your path was always destined to diverge from most of ours.
And how's that?
You know your lifespan is immense. Barring some accident, most of us will leave this world long before you.
Mm-hmm.
Death and goodbyes are a final lesson no one escapes. For you, it's a question that lingers for an exceptionally long time.
You're right.
Since you already know that, you should also see that everyone else has already given their answer. You're still the same person you were before. Just as resilient, still bringing hope to others. That's why, after all these years, we're still willing to stand with you.
That still doesn't answer my question,
It's
though.
not because you're a supposed savior. It's because you've always been you.
Okay, that's based.
And we're not just doing this for you. We're doing it for Solaris. For the future we all chose to fight for. We chose this path ourselves. You have nothing to feel guilty for. One can only move forward by making peace with what's lost. You taught me that a long time ago. In the end, I failed to find my father's murderer. I failed to protect Rhine. I failed to protect my own family.
You still got your hatred, though. Yeah.
But your brother is still alive. You're alive. There's still hope. You did everything you could.
Who knows when I'll wake up next time.
Then we'll make a promise, Luke. We'll see each other again next winter. You'll open your eyes, and I'll be standing right here. Just like today.
And thus we stand here, I guess. But hold up, wasn't been more than 1 year. Whatever, that's not important.
Come now. Enough with that face. Some candy?
Perhaps I'll take it.
You always carry candy with you. You sure they really work?
Yeah, that's some good shit.
As in...
It'll help take the edge off and lighten the mood. Your words.
That. Honestly, not really. It's become more of a habit of mine. As a boy, I'd have one whenever things felt too big to handle. Sweetness was a distraction. Something to look forward to. Later, after I inherited Naviale, I realized there were still so many things I couldn't control. So even after I left the company and set up later, after I inherited Naviale, I realized there were still so many things I couldn't control. So I'd eat them to cope. Especially when I was up to my neck in trouble thanks to my business associates. But to follow the Fraxidus' trail on my own, and chewing on one while I watched those who helped me die right in front of me. Still powerless, it seems. So I've come to believe that no matter how strong a person becomes, not everything can be done perfectly. In life, many things are beyond our control.
Ain't that the truth in real life as well? Not just in games.
But I still enjoy candy. It reminds me that meeting people is still a gift, even if I know I might lose them one day. If you let grief and anger burn you out, you become obsessed with results. You forget the joy you felt along the way. A little sweetness helps keep the numbness at bay.
I'll have one of your candies.
That's cute. Nom 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 nom.
How does it taste?
Wait, is this fentanyl?
Luke, my chances of saving Imeth? They're pretty slim, aren't they?
They are. You'll need a miracle. But you've always been good at making those happen.
So, then I will make one happen.
Thanks for the candy.
You're very welcome.
Thus we go through the after story. And we have a cute fox here. What a nice after story, or after story chapter. Let's give him a couple more temples. Let's see if we can get Luke Herson. Oh no! Oh.
What matter do you seek answers for today?
Well, at least I got booting. I'm not sure if I can. I don't know if I have a team for this one. We'll see. What is this? A new resonator, regardless. She is electro.
Tell me, what bothers you?
Well, what bothers me is I don't have this one yet. Think I can do 2 more. Let's see. Oh, nope. Last one. And the other one is Galbrina, but she is someone I have already. She is actually a pretty good damage dealer. I use her every now and then. Can I get Radiant Tides? Oh, I can actually get 14. Never mind, I have more. And the Osted Collar, that won't be until 19 days, but well, we'll see. So we in fact have 2. 20. Let's see. Oh, alas. We did not get anything. So this is the last one. I'll definitely get more before the 19 days is out, but we'll see how it goes today. Alas, no victory today. I think I did enough that in like 3 or 4 more I'll have a guaranteed 5-star. But it wasn't meant to be today. Unless I can find some from... Well, if I do this one... no, that doesn't give anything. I'll do these things off stream though. The fox is still super cute though. Okay. But that only took me an hour and a half.
Let me
Where do I see myself going next?
Aha!
I'll do 1 side quest. Let's see. I'm not gonna do the fishing stuff though. Yeah, I'll do the last one of this one. Now where are those? Oh wait, no, I think those are yeah, that's not gonna be a thing they do. Let's do this one instead. Whee!
Brad salutes you.
The bonus thing about this motorbike is you can just chill with it. we'll chill with this one for a bit. It'll be interesting to see how the story evolves from here. They mentioned 2 different places to go to the New Republic and the other place I forgot the name of, but yeah, Mingzhou. That's good. Oh, we'll see. We'll see. Now we make our own road. Because that's the thing this motorbike does. No. I just missed one. That was the wrong key. Let's go back to the motorbike. I almost failed it. But challenge complete.
You earned it. You keep it.
Who are you guys? Oh.
First to the treasure!
Excuse me, you are to be what? Maybe?
More passion! This is my
My
valor never fails!
And don't break.
Don't
Alt
run.
from Camilla.
Keep the dance going.
And that thing is at half health.
In control. Invincible!
Let's get Brand to parry him and out from him as well.
Conquest begins now.
Don't break and that last one should be pretty fast to be taken care of. Put. It's just spin to win. Now where were we? Oh yeah, we had this one.
A hunt isn't complete without a prize.
True. I think that might be
In control.
enough for Wuthering Waves today. Because I actually want to see this video where a guy wires up 400 car batteries together. So please hold. Let me get my YouTube up. Well, not my YouTube, my browser for YouTube up. And share the window. Get the window capture in. So the video is gonna be literally 400 car batteries wired together. Let me get myself a drink before I, however, start it. So we'll be back in just a second. Okay. By the way, I'm looking outside, and here in southwest Finland, there's this huge student event that's happening today, and they're supposed to go like downhill sledding. Meanwhile, it has been raining like water. The frost is over, and they're dealing with plus degrees right now. So yeah, they're probably not gonna have a good time today. Anyway, this is Styropyro, 400 car batteries wired together. It's a 2-hour video, so you'll get to enjoy it with me or endure it with me. I'm going to change to just chatting though on Twitch, and I need to do that on YouTube as well. Where is my live streaming thing? Stream settings, edit, category. What I do? Let's go with education. Sure. Or maybe it's entertainment. Well, no, it's science and technology. Of course, it's science and technology. There we go. Okay, now we have that up. So we can begin. We also want to have the volume up.
Hey guys, it's Drake Anthony here, and today I am bringing you some of the most extreme science experiments ever done on YouTube. Behind me I have 400 car batteries wired together. With these batteries, I can pull electrical currents far beyond the typical lightning strike, and for much longer durations too. I can guarantee you that this video will be unlike anything you've ever seen in your life.
You may have watched the video I did with just 100 car batteries.
I did manage to pull some big currents there, but honestly, I did not utilize the full potential of those batteries. That being said, the data I obtained from those experiments has prepared me to get the most out of my new ones. So in short, even though I have 4 times as many batteries as last time, I'm actually expecting this bank to be 10 times stronger. Now the other thing about the first video is that made the YouTube overlords a bit uneasy. Now don't bring out the pitchforks, that's all since been resolved, but in the interest of avoiding issues with this video, I feel like I should spend a bit more time covering the scope and safety of this video. So let me be clear that this is not a stunt. The purpose of this video is to explore the physics of extreme currents. I'm talking scales like you'd find in a national lab, but since this is all in my backyard, I get to have a bit more fun with it. And to be honest, much of this is just going to be me sticking random stuff in between the contacts to see what happens. And yes, I know this is a bit of a chaotic approach, but you know...
but his whole channel is about a chaotic approach.
Oh, this is really how a lot of scientific discovery happens. I mean, you know, the scientific method is great and all, but oftentimes, innovation is a product of just throwing things at the wall to see what sticks.
Or throwing
so,
things at the
why
current.
car batteries then? Well, as it turns out, car batteries are actually a great way of getting into electrical territory, where footage doesn't exist. When it comes to making huge currents, most people think of using
This is from his last
capacitors.
video.
But interestingly, car batteries don't fall that far behind in terms of max currents. The benefit with car batteries is that they can dump those currents for far longer than a brief pulse. That means that with a bank of, say, 400 car batteries, not only can I produce the most current ever shown on YouTube, but I can do it for many thousands of times longer.
Hold up, is it actually a new world record?
Than the next contender. And let me tell you, there are so many interesting and important aspects of physics that show up at this scale. And I truly believe that all of this is going to offer an unprecedented look into the nature of extreme currents. So much so that I really think it's going to change the way that you look at electricity. So yeah, that is the purpose of this video.
I don't know that.
Now for a brief word on safety. I mean, it feels a bit silly for me to say don't try this at home considering, you know, the sheer magnitude of this project. I mean, even a single car battery can mess you up if you screw up hard enough. So yeah, you definitely shouldn't wire together 28,000 pounds of lead-acid batteries in your yard, at least if you're not familiar with this sort of thing. But seriously, I think it's my safety that concerns people the most. And yeah, what I do on my channel can come off as pretty ridiculous and sketchy at times. But I will say this. I've been posting my mad science creations to YouTube since 2006. And let me tell you, it takes more than luck to do this kind of thing for 20 years without getting hurt. And that is because I am not a risk taker. And I realize that this must come off as the most ironic thing that I've ever said. But I never approach anything potentially dangerous without, fully understanding and mitigating the risks at hand. And no, I'm not in some fancy lab constrained by OSHA. I'm just a guy in my backyard with 400 car batteries. But I've dedicated my whole life to mastering extreme science, and I've slowly and carefully worked my way to the level that I'm dealing with today. So be assured, I know what I'm working with here. So now that that's out of the way...
Okay, so I might disagree with him doing it slowly and carefully. He's started up with quite some extreme shit. But whether he knows what he's doing, fuck yeah, he does. Styropyro does things safely. Well, I wouldn't do this shit.
I want to briefly cover the issues I had with the 100 battery bank before showing the changes I made with this new one. I started by wiring them all in parallel, but due to contact resistance of the connections, I was limited to only 15,000 amps this way. I then rewired the bank for parallel strings of 5 in series, and the higher voltage allowed me to achieve a peak current of about 48,000 amps. In hindsight, I could have probably gotten more current from parallel strings of just 3 or 4 in series, but with this new bank of 400, I calculated that 5 in series, giving 65 volts, is what will give me the most current. So this is the number I settled on. Assembling the new bank took about 2 months, and manually placing all 14 tons of batteries was the easy part. Most of my time was spent digging in the plastic platforms, cutting and crimping 500 cables, and cleaning all 2,000 contact points immediately before joining them. And this is where the real challenge begins. How do you switch 400 car batteries? I've already mentioned that the kinds of currents I plan on dealing with are in a territory where footage doesn't exist. Over 100,000...
Yeah, like how do you make contact points that don't weld themselves? that's something I would know.
Amps sustained.
I suppose we'll know.
This also means that the kind of switch I need is in an uncharted territory as well. I need something that can slam the full power of the batteries to the loads as fast as possible, while also having the ability to disconnect power if necessary. Well, this kind of thing doesn't exist for less than the cost of the batteries, which means I have to come up with something myself. For the 100 battery video, I used a modified log splitter as the switch, and this worked pretty much flawlessly. Since it miraculously still works after sitting in my yard for 2 years, I figured I should just beef this thing up with a bunch more copper and steel. Now, since I need so much copper for the switch, I stopped by an unattended construction site and picked up a bunch of copper. So hopefully this will be enough to at least, get the switch wired. Then, of course, I might have to make a few more trips to wire the batteries. Now, as far as I know, this switch is going to be the biggest switch ever made for a YouTube video, at least by current. And let me tell you, when you're dealing with that kind of current, you run into some really weird issues. I'm expecting the switch to vaporize a lot of copper in operation, so that's why I'll be using the biggest blocks as the switch contacts. Now, I've saved machining them for last because, honestly, it's not that often that I get to play with pieces of copper this big. And actually, both of these blocks combined actually weigh more than I do, so yeah, there's a lot of copper here.
Yeah, copper is pretty heavy.
Ugh, I just want to eat them. So what's something interesting that you can do with 2 giant pieces of copper? Well, let's try tossing a magnet down there.
What?
No, I'm not slowing down this footage. It's really just, moving through there at a snail's pace. Pretty weird, right?
Electromagnetic shit. Yeah, I get it.
There it goes. I don't even need to drop it between the plates either. Like, just bringing this magnet close without even touching it, it's almost enough to knock over this 65-pound plate. If I go ahead and force it all the way to the plate, it doesn't want to just fall off. It's really slow down there. It's like it's moving through syrup or something.
Didn't even...
Yeah, it's a really neat effect.
That out. But yeah, electromagnetism.
Oh, heck. Forgot that table's magnetic.
Yeah, he's
so
still
what causes
less than 10 minutes in, so he can't say fuck.
These effects.
Because YouTube.
Even though copper is not ferromagnetic, it is conductive, so it can still exert magnetic forces.
Yeah.
Moving a magnet nearby induces currents in the copper, and it's these currents that pull on the magnet to slow it down. Silver is even more conductive, so these effects are even more pronounced in silver bars. There's a reason I am showing you these demos. Generally speaking, this intrinsic connection between electricity and magnetism has profound implications about how the universe works. More specifically, it foreshadows what's to come with the batteries. The currents I'm expecting will produce incredibly strong magnetic forces. This will make for experiments that look
that's how LEDs are born, by the way. So that was kind of explicit.
Nothing short of witchcraft. That is, assuming I can even tame them in the first place. When I started tearing down the switch to make my upgrades, I noticed that steel shavings were sticking to it like a magnet, so I decided to investigate. What? So I got this compass here, and if I put it next to this this steel stock, it's a little affected, but it's not like, super strongly. But if I come over here, and I get just in the vicinity of this old switch here, you can see that the steel on there was very heavily magnetized by being close to such extreme currents.
Wasn't that 2 years ago?
It's really nifty. This led me to a less nifty realization. The original contacts mysteriously wore on one side only. I assumed it was because of misalignment, although weirdly, the contacts look straight when fired with no load. I didn't think too much about it when it happened, because the switch still performed well. I realized too much about it when it happened.
Yeet freak. Nice.
Because the switch still performed well. I realized too late that this was a magnetic issue. In the previous video, I showed you that currents going in the same direction attract each other, while opposite currents repel. What happened with the switch is that the opposing currents were magnetically repelling each other. The one side burned through was due to asymmetry in the cable arrangement. The daunting thing is that these forces scale with the square of current. That means that if I triple the current compared to last time, the magnetic forces will be 9 times stronger. This could cause some real issues. I still went ahead with building the new switch, and did my best to keep opposing currents as short and as far from each other as possible. I knew the magnetics could still be a problem, but since the closing spring is so strong, I figured it might simply just work as is. And if not, Well, I can cross that bridge when I get to it. The finished setup looks straight out of sci-fi. Over 1,000 pounds of copper interconnect 28,000 pounds of
Holy shit.
lead. The work blocks are fed with 2 opposing loops of cable, which is in contrast to the single loop I used last time. This will cancel out the lateral magnetic forces that I had so much trouble fighting in the first video. I decided to start small with the initial experiments, mostly to rule out major issues before the currents become terrifying. For the first trial, I zapped a 3/8-inch galvanized steel rod.
That's a big reveal.
The effect was pretty much the same as when I zapped one with 100 car batteries. Oh yeah, so you can see it left a nice little splatter there. Even blew off one of the threads, which is really strange. I did more trials with these small rods to dial in my camera settings. Although these don't look very impressive at normal speed, the slow-mo camera I have set up tells a very different story. The fact...
Holy fuck. We need slow-mo guys to work with this guy.
That this rod is galvanized is a critical detail here, since the boiling point of zinc is lower than the melting point of iron. This means that the zinc plating boils off first, which reacts with the air to form this striking green plasma. When the iron finally melts,
we really
it gets
need
magnetically
slow-mo guys
ejected
to work with this guy.
upwards, which is not something I expected to happen. For the next trial, I zapped a small aluminum bar. Alright, pulled about 46,000 amps with that one. Nothing to write home about, but like a pretty strong lightning strike. The slow-mo turned out to be way overexposed, which is funny because it's usually a lack of light that's the challenge when filming at high speed. I ended up doing a few more trials in an attempt to get a better shot of the action. Look at that. It got pushed up and then re-solidified in that hilarious
It got a boner.
configuration there. That's definitely a magnetic force that pushed it upwards like that. It was difficult to get the exposure right with aluminum, since it burns so incredibly bright. But at least I was able to make out some of the finer details of the plasma fireballs in this one. I zapped a similarly sized titanium bar for the next trial.
I'm gonna literally type in that comment right now. Right, so you need to get the slow-mo guys in on this. That was not a question. Period.
Kinda lame.
Kind of.
I did find the slow-mo in this one to be pretty funny, since a random washer got sucked in magnetically, and a piece of titanium was spun violently as it was launched out. I stuck a small tungsten welding electrode on the blocks, and the current it drew was so low that it didn't even trigger my scope. The peak was probably a few thousand amps or so. Its white-hot incandescence looked super neat through the smoke of it oxidizing in air. At this point, I was...
Wait, tungsten has like a super high melting point, doesn't it? Or is it just heavy? I'm not actually sure.
Ready to increase the current, so I started zapping some big bolts, with the first one being a 1/2 inch in diameter.
Nope, that's effective.
I pulled a peak current of 54,000 amps there, which is higher than anything I pulled in the last video, but it's still far from what I wanted, so I moved on to 3/4 inch bolts.
That's a big one.
I could hear some sort of oscillation in that shot, which was picked up on my oscilloscope as well. The slow-mo showed some sort of bouncing around on the contact blocks, but it wasn't clear what was causing this. When I did another trial in daylight, I could see that the oscillation might be originating in the switch.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely something out there.
Wow, look at that. I think we had a full burn through there. In order to find the source of these oscillations, I zapped a bunch of copper cables of varying diameters as the loads. I suspected that the switch was to blame, so I pointed my slow-mo camera at the switch for the first trials. Going from 2-gauge cable all the way up to 4/0, I never saw issues with the switch. There were sparks from the initial turn-on, but the plate stayed closed.
Nice. Nice ring.
Next, I repeated the trials of increasing cable sizes, but with the slow-mo camera pointed at the blocks this time. What I found was super surprising. It sounded like the cables were exploding, but most of them weren't even burning through. They were being magnetically ripped out of the clamps. This force came as a surprise to me, since I chose a wiring arrangement that cancels out lateral magnetic forces on the loads. Clearly, whatever mysterious upward force remained turned out to be incredibly strong. When I made it to 4/0 cable,
he cancelled out the gravity of the Earth.
which, as a reminder, is the biggest American wire gauge size, this effect was quite dramatic. It was violently bent upwards and managed to suck in all of the ferromagnetic materials nearby. It too did not
Holy
actually burn
shit.
through and instead was ejected from the blocks. In this shot, I measured a peak of 76,000 amps. The real-time view of this shot showcases some of the pros and cons of the low-voltage arrangement of the bank. It cannot shock me, which is nice. However, it also means it can't strike an arc across more than the tiniest of gaps, which leads to situations where the load is teetering off the block, ready to go off again at any moment. I have multiple ways to safely deal with these scenarios, but the science machete is my favorite.
Science machete.
Oh, heck.
Okay.
Not enough? Yeah. Yep, it's going through. Yeah, fine. I should point out that my arc flash suit is more than adequate against these little sparks, and the magnetics make it impossible for me to fully short the bank this way. Now that it's daylight, you can see that the 76 kiloamp shot just completely welded that cable to the plate there. It's just well, okay, it came off, but it was yeah, that was really stuck on there. At this point, it was clear that the block mounts were an issue, but that didn't mean that the switch wasn't an issue as well. So I decided to sidestep the block issue by C-clamping the copper cable loads. Now I need to bring up why I've been using spring clamps instead of C-clamps. If you watched the last video, you saw that when I zapped bolts, I had a lot of trouble holding them on the blocks. The fact that I was using spring clamps to hold them down, and not C-clamps, infuriated a lot of viewers. So many people commented about this, many of them calling me names for not using C-clamps, vices, or some other threaded mechanism. It's my fault for not explaining this the first time. And I get it, C-clamps are so much stronger, right? Well, the fact of the matter is that you cannot use C-clamps to hold a round, rigid object on the blocks. C-clamping a bolt onto the blocks will always lead to the bolt being ejected before it melts. It does not matter how hard you tighten them, this will happen every single time. There are a few reasons for this. For one, the outer surface has an oxide layer, which means that the contact regions have lower conductivity, and thus heat faster than the bulk metal. Plus, in the case of round objects, the current has to pass through a small area as it jumps from the blocks, which also dramatically increases the heating near the contact points. To make matters worse, hot metal is more resistive than cold metal, meaning more energy is dumped into the hot areas, leading to thermal runaway. All of this results in the contacts quickly exploding off, shrinking the contacts to the point where they're no longer held by the clamps. Spring clamps, however, follow through with the shrinking load, holding contact with the block until the load finally melts. Of course, this is unless the magnetic forces are stronger than the clamps.
Yeah.
That being said, C-clamps are still useful with flat objects, or loads that can be spread flat like stranded cable. The reason is that this moves the part of the load that melts to outside the grip of the clamps. Thus, for these next trials, I C-clamp stranded cable to the blocks, in order to see how the switch would behave with a well-secured load. The first test with 0-gauge cable gave an interesting result. It looked and sounded like a perfect shot. Something to note is how fast the sparks shoot out from the exploding cable. The slow-mo shows that the cable did indeed burn through, and judging by the spacing between the blocks, The cable end was thrown back at a speed of at least 190 miles per hour.
Holy shit.
However, the scope shows that this was actually a bad shot, since it was split into 2 pulses of about 76,000 amps. Since the load was well secured, this implies that the switch bounced. Zapping 2 zero-gauge cables in parallel gave unmistakable proof that the switch was indeed bouncing.
Yeah, that...
As violent as this looks in real time, the slow-mo is far scarier. The switch managed to launch a toroidal plasma vortex into mid-air before blowing open. Honestly, I think I'm better off not knowing what kind of temperatures are involved to allow an ionized copper plasma ring to exist in air. Regardless, it's obvious that the plates are getting completely blown apart here, which is most likely a magnetic issue. For the sake of data, I zapped even thicker cables, and the switch plates continued
for the sake of data. Sure, dude.
To get blown apart. The C-clamp struggled to hold down the cable in a couple trials as well. The scope showed that I was reaching peak currents of nearly 90,000 amps. And although this is triple the current of a typical lightning strike, it's still far less than what I had hoped for. Clearly, I need to find a way to keep the switch closed. The fact that there are opposing currents on opposite sides of the switch means that there are tremendous magnetic forces that push the plates apart. Some napkin math implies that these forces are on the order of a ton or more. This is on top of whatever explosive forces exist from the superheated plasma that forms in the switch.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, because if you create plasma, you're going to create superheated air, and that's going to expand. Well, it's not superheated air, it's plasma, but nevertheless, it's gonna expand.
How can I combat this? The first idea that came to mind was to slap some huge springs on there, because at some point, a brute force tactic like that has gotta work. But something about that just didn't feel right, though. And then it hit me. I shouldn't be fighting the magnetic forces. No, I should be working with them. I realized that the switch plates would attract each other if I could manage to get light currents going along both plates. The easiest way to do this, at least using what I had built already, seemed to be by rearranging the switch cables from an X-shaped configuration to a Z-shaped one. That way, there would be a component of current going along the length of the plates, which would magnetically bring them together. After thinking about potential issues of this arrangement for a while, I decided to just try it out and see what happens. Rewiring the switch took me 4 entire days, since I had to re-clean every contact point that I had exposed. An unfortunate reality of this project is that any changes to the circuit are very time-consuming. The initial tests with smaller loads like steel rods and aluminum bar were promising, so after these, I went back to zapping 4/0 cable. The first cable behaved in a strange way. Both C-clamps were completely ripped off the blocks, and the cable basically exploded without melting. I clocked a peak of 94,000 amps, which was only a slight improvement from before. I used 4 C-clamps for the next shot, but the cable was still ripped out of the clamps before fully melting. The third shot finally gave a complete burn-through. However, the switch was still bouncing. It sounded much more violent than before, and the pulses were spaced closer together, but the current hadn't gone up by that much. I hadn't even hit 100,000 amps. When I did more testing the next day, I struggled to hold the cables on the blocks, and made these silly oscillators as a result. The mysterious magnetic ejection force had become much stronger after rewiring the switch. After adding more C-clamps, I eventually got to the point where I could melt a cable again.
So, my guess is the current is going unevenly now because there are slightly different lengths of cables. Let's see if I'm correct. This is my scientific guess. Well, non-scientific guess. I'm not an engineer.
The slow-mo of the switch showed more toroidal plasma vortices and even angrier explosions. What was blowing open the switch now? The answer finally made itself clear. Okay, so you can see the melted wire there, which is interesting, but the real interesting thing is this. So here's the blown up, switch plates, and can you see that hole there? So it's on both sides. I've basically made a Z-pinch here. I got goosebumps when I first saw those craters, because I realized I had encountered a phenomenon of astronomical proportions. The switch was triggering a magnetic implosion via a Z-pinch. This is such an extreme phenomenon that it makes every project I've worked on up to this point seem like a joke by comparison. A Z-pinch is the effect where a current-conducting plasma is crushed inward by its own magnetic field. Some less extreme examples of the Z-pinch occur in lightning and electric arcs, and it's what holds the plasma in a thin filament.
Okay, so I wasn't completely off, but it was a different phenomenon.
Best guess for the sequence of events in the switch goes like this. When the plates first come together, the high points explode off and ignite a plasma, perhaps causing an initial bounce. The huge magnetic field then causes the plasma to implode into a thin filament. This leads to millions of watts of power being dumped into a tiny volume, yielding temperatures beyond my comprehension. A Z-pinch is balanced when the magnetic pressure inward is equal to the hot plasma pressure outward. At 100,000 amps, these pressures are so extreme that they can nearly induce DT nuclear fusion. The thing is, though, a Z-pinch does not form a stable plasma. I can only speculate which mechanism destabilizes the plasma in my switch, but whatever it is, it goes off like a bomb. I figured I had to either vent the plasma gases or disrupt their formation early in order to get the switch to close. The first thing that came to mind was to add some copper cable to the plates.
Yeah, so what I mean by I wasn't completely wrong is that there is a conduit formed in like a certain point, but yeah, mostly I was wrong. I don't see how
this didn't exactly work and managed to spray liquid copper everywhere, but I felt like I was onto something. I added much thicker copper cables along the switch plate for the next test.
Okay, dude. That seemed more efficient.
What the heck? So violent. Whatever happened there was significant. The bolts holding the copper blocks were ripped through the wooden mount, and the cable was magnetically crushed into a smaller diameter. I have to go take a look at the current. I think we had another 94 kiloamp shot there. Kind of odd how flat top it is. You know.
But can your oscilloscope deal with that shit? That's the next question.
That's interesting. I might be getting far higher currents than I expected.
There we go.
Because the fuse current equation, that is very much in line with a 150 kiloamp shot.
Yeah.
Interesting. At this point I realized the numbers were not checking out. Now I should bring up how I'm measuring current here. In the first video, I just looked at the voltage drop across the cables, which isn't very accurate and only gives meaningful results when the current hits a steady state. For this video, I bought the biggest Hall effect sensor I could find that listed a price, which is this one rated for 20,000 amps. I've been feeding the cables from one of the 8 sub-banks through it, and then multiplying the value by 8 to get total current. However, this seems to be measuring far too low based on how fast this cable melted. I had previously made this spreadsheet to predict how fast cables would explode at a given current, and it's based on the Onderdonk fuse equation. It predicts that 150,000 amps are necessary to pop a 4-aught cable in 70 milliseconds. I suspected that the sensor was saturating, so I removed 4 of the 5 cables going through it, and then added a factor of 5 to the scope readings. I struggled to get a nice clean pulse in the subsequent shots, but I eventually achieved one good enough to confirm that this fixed the sensor issue, and I was indeed achieving far higher currents.
There you go. Kaboom.
That was 138,000 amps. I am just in awe. And it can go higher.
Allegedly. This, of course, is... Well, you know what? I'll believe you.
There's more. 138,000 amps.
And we're not even like more than quarter
This
through
is
the video.
big progress. Big progress.
I can't wait to see what he has
Wow.
in store for us next.
I need to go eat and like, just the obsession, man. What a project this has been. I kept adding more cables to the plates, but I never got another clean shot this way. So for the next configuration, I stuck one of the original switch plates in between the new ones. I was hoping it would weld itself on there at a slight angle to vent the plasma.
Still bounced.
So the C-clamps actually failed on that shot, but I did pull about 110,000 amps, and the plate, you know, somewhat welded on there. It's funny how like poor of a weld will still conduct really well, and that's just because the contact points will melt, and then there's very, very little contact resistance when that happens. So yeah, let's blow up another cable. This wasn't working, but I suspected that if I allowed the zaps to go on longer, it might just finally close. So I stuck two 4-aught cables on the blocks, which quadruples the amount of energy dumped in the shot compared to a single cable. This led to the most violent display of electromagnetism I've ever seen in my life.
Holy actual fuck.
Liquid copper was shot above the treetop level here. I measured a peak current of 140,000 amps, which gives a total circuit power of 9 megawatts.
Let's just say, what he said after Holy, there was not heck.
Yeah, look how that wire piece got blasted back there while it was still like borderline molten, and it just wrapped around that handle there.
Damn.
It's incredible. Actually exploded on both sides. Over here we got copper just painting everything. Even the ground is now copper plated. Just all the boiling copper getting sprayed everywhere. It's unbelievable. You know, I was about to attempt a new switch configuration, but then I realized that was actually really awesome. You know, maybe I should try jamming some weird metals inside the switch itself, at least before I attempt to fix the real problem here. So on this one, I'm going to try to weld this copper plate onto the big plate here, and I also have a piece of steel in there. So hopefully it makes a lot of sparks.
Yeah, that works.
The current didn't get particularly crazy here, but it still made a very nice shower of sparks. There's not much left of that steel plate there. It's really welded on there. Yeah, that plate is a little hotter than I realized.
How about you make your breakfast eggs there?
Quite toasty. I stuck a puck of zinc in the switch for the next shot.
What?
Unfortunately, it was ejected from the switch nearly immediately. Other than the initial explosion, the sparks here are just from the copper switch plates hitting each other. You know, I'm thinking that maybe aluminum is the solution here. Let's try putting this in the switch.
I love the ghetto mounting method. He's not even bother mounting it. Just like, yeah, drill a couple of holes into it and mount. Go styra pyra go. Well, that seems to have worked.
Holy! What just happened?
Something.
What on earth just happened? That was so violent.
I actually don't know. Let's see. Well, he will explain it. So
wow! That was bonkers. That was so violent. The copper cables were completely launched.
Yeah, that was never a question.
Oh, interesting. It ejected, how did the ink end up out here? What? I have no idea how that happened.
Well, you didn't exactly secure it, did you?
And, you know, that iron bar there got pulled off the ground magnetically. I'm just trying to notice all the details on what actually happened here, but that's ridiculous that the ingot was ejected. I had placed a bunch of bolts on this little table before that shot, in order to see how they would be affected by the magnetic field.
Did they go all over? Yeah, they in fact went all over.
Aluminum works well for illuminating slow-mo shots since it burns so brightly in air. As you can see, the bolts were quickly sucked in by the magnetic field around the cables. It's funny because I've lost a lot of tools this way, and that I've left them too close to the cables before firing the bank. A detail I'd like to point out is how the steel post and winch redirect some of the magnetic fields, and that's why a few bolts get trapped in their vicinity. The aluminum was violent enough that I did a few more trials with it. In this one, a smoke ring was shot out sideways from the smoke plume. I have no idea how that's even possible. In this shot, it's the sound that stuck out to me the most.
And you stop.
I've noticed that so many of the sounds I've heard from this project are unlike anything I've ever heard before. These batteries are capable of some truly unique audio effects. So this is that aluminum block that didn't quite all the way melt inside the switch contacts. It got close, but not all the way. So I'm going to put it on the yeet blocks this time.
Yeet blocks. Oh. That.
Even though I had yet to solve the switch issue, I realized that the peak currents I was achieving might be enough to pull off the most important demo of this video, and that's magnetically crushing a pipe. So why is crushing a pipe the most important demo?
I mean, that should be easy at this point.
Well, I tried this in the last video and failed miserably. Even when I let the pipes melt from the current, they were still not crushed by the Z-pinch effect. At the end of the experiments, I said this. Since the pressure on the pipe is proportional to the square of the current going through it, that means I'm not even getting close to what's needed at 40 kiloamps. Now, if I had a few hundred more car batteries, well then yeah, I could pull it off. But for what that would cost, I'd rather build a more accurate lightning machine. Now, I bring this up because this car battery series was not my idea. I was actually hired to make these videos by the company AnyDesk. And no, they don't make car batteries. I'll tell you more about them in a bit. So what I'm getting at is that these maniacs bought me 300 more car batteries and another half-ton of copper just to see me crush a...
After a short introduction, fuck it, we ball. Fuck yeah. AnyDesk, I don't use it myself, but...
So yeah, this one's pretty important. I want to quickly add that if you have ideas for ridiculous experiments that you'd like me or another YouTuber to try, submit them at anydesk.com/science. It only hit me when I set up for the first pipe crush that this might be more difficult than I expected. Although these batteries are capable of pipe crushing currents, the circuit is slow to turn on. The combination of a bad switch, low circuit voltage, and cable inductance means that the pipe might melt before the current reaches crushing levels. A few attempts with various fuses did not manage to crush the pipe. Next, I decided to stick the unfused pipe on the contacts to see if it would at least crush while melting.
You did it? No. Maybe, but it also flew away.
It blew off both sides. Oh, that's crazy. I don't even know where it went.
Why do you have your new overalls?
Well, I did see something over here. It's crushed. It's crushed. There it is. It was crushed. Look at that. Of course, it was brought to the melting point. So in some way, it was kind of cheating, but still, this is like,
we take
you know,
this.
I could not do this with 100 car batteries, so I'm really happy to see this.
Oh, that's
It's true. It actually crushed the pipe. That's amazing. I'll have to take a look at the current. Just want a better shot of that waveform. It's really only like 90,000 at the peak. But hey, it did it. It did it. So I actually managed to find the.
Hold up. I thought you were wiring it up at 65 volts, not 100.
Like 90,000 at the peak. But hey, it did it. It did it. So I actually managed to find the pipe that I tried, you know, directly melting and crushing with my 100 car batteries. And you can see how it didn't crush at all. So it's really cool to see that what the increased current does. So it, you know, they both melted on both sides, but clearly the 400 car batteries really it really made the more dramatic crush there. I still wanted to crush a pipe without it melting though, which meant I had to go back to using fuses. When I tried zapping an annealed pipe, I lucked out with a perfect shot of the switch. However, it did not crush the pipe. I clearly needed more time for the current to rise, but using any bigger of a fuse would melt the pipe first. That is, unless maybe I could try water cooling it. I found this aquarium in the woods years ago, and since I haven't put any fish in it by now...
I found... yeah, okay. Maybe he actually bought it, like he said that he got the copper plate from unattended building site.
I figured I might as well use it for this experiment. I really hope that this works because I don't know what I'm gonna do if it doesn't. I mean, I put a lot of stock into the idea that I was gonna easily crush a pipe with these batteries, but yeah, it turned out to be harder than I expected. So yeah, I'm really crossing my fingers that this.
Well, hold up. What is gonna happen with the water if it gets to the contacts?
One works. So I'm gonna use this this giant flashlight here at full power to illuminate this, so my my slow motion camera can see it. And I'm gonna need a lot of light. Okay, here we go. Get ready to sprint. So explodes, then I hit the button. Here we go. Okay, what happened? The slow-mo shows that the magnetic forces broke the aquarium right off the get-go. Then the pipe started to crush, but then it exploded. Clearly...
Yo, that is probably the coolest shot that Styrobyro Drake Anthony has done in this whole video. Again, we really need to get the slow-mo guys in on this.
Everything is happening way too fast here for the water to do anything. The ends of the pipe were crushed when it exploded, but this isn't much different from what happened with the unfused pipe in open air. Notably, the switch performed horribly in that shot, and this was a good reminder that I should go back to solving that glaring issue. Zapping smaller loads showed that the switch wouldn't bounce until the current rose to around 100,000 amps or so. Maybe all I need are some huge springs to hold the plates closed beyond that. This seemed worth trying, but I was too impatient and zapped a few more items before making modifications to the switch. I was particularly excited to pop these magnesium anode rods.
Oh.
Here we go!
That's a lot of metal.
What? It blew up my fuses! It, as you can see, it, you know, blew up all those fuses, and the magnesium won. You know, I see that they all melted.
It says one, but it's one, like as the magnesium was victorious.
That the, like at the lugs there, it wasn't the wire that melted. It could be that the fuse current of those lugs is lower than the actual quadruple-aught cable. When upgrading the cable fuses, I noticed that 2 of them had been untorqued from the magnetic forces, allowing some corrosion to get between the contacts. With bigger fuses and clean contacts, I was able to achieve even higher peak currents.
Ooh.
I got a particularly impressive number when zapping the zinc plate.
Well, that's a lot.
Due to fresh fuses and hot weather improving the battery performance, I achieved a peak current of 176,000 amps with this shot. Now, something I wanted to point out is, so I tossed this makeshift, this little wooden cover over this actuator that pulls out the pin that fires the switch. And as you can see, it's taken quite a beating. It's just coated in copper there. Now, The funny thing is that I had these copper wires that held it in place, and those melted before the wood gave way. It just, wood is like a surprisingly resilient material against plasma blast. It's the same way with lasers too. So it's funny how the wood outlasted the copper there. At this point, I realized I had to quit procrastinating and decided to go.
Yo, that looks something that.
At this point.
Yeah, this looks like something that I would use on my boat. Yeah, I like as a strain relief for my lines to the well, either in anchor cables or anchor stuff or to the pier.
Point I realized I had to quit procrastinating and decided to go ahead with welding some big springs to the switch. Well, I will say one thing, these batteries, they don't scare me. What does scare me are these springs here. I have to load them up with the ATV winch. So yeah, these are less predictable. I don't know what these want to do.
Okay, in that case they are not in fact for marine things, because those you can kind of spring with your hand. You don't need an ATV for that shit. What are they for though? Maybe he will tell us.
Welds can rip off, bolts can snap, who knows? These batteries, I feel like I have a good idea of what they're capable of. Okay, I've got these springs mounted on here. That way the internal spring, as well as these new springs, make a nice little triangle there. And I'm going to finally test it to see how it works. I really hope this keeps the switch closed. Scopes ready? Alright, here we go. No, your video player didn't lock up. I just wanted to take this moment to admire the incredible light output of these copper plasmas. Okay. Anyway.
There was a little bit of bounce, but...
I can't tell what happened. It seemed oscillatory, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the switch was still bouncing. The new springs added so much tension that it maxed out the 1,600-pound hand winch I used to load them up, and yet they barely hindered the bouncing in the switch. Shorting one car battery may be easy, but shorting 400 takes a feat of engineering. I initially discounted the idea of using solid-state switching, but out of desperation I revisited the idea. Much to my surprise, I found that big SCRs were more than capable of switching the batteries. However, I couldn't find a single distributor that had big ones in stock, so I had to resort to brute force tactics. I bought another log splitter. I should point out that I've been using the hydraulic part of the log splitter to open the switch, not close it. The idea is that the tough hydraulics can rip apart the plates when they weld, and it's functioned perfectly for this purpose. However, its big internal spring I've been using to close the switch is clearly not enough. Adding a second log splitter makes the closing action hydraulic as well, but it comes at the cost of moving much slower than the spring. In addition, I added some rails and reinforced the entire structure with a bunch of steel posts. The reasoning is that the slow-mo shots had shown the plate sliding sideways from magnetic forces, so I wanted to lock everything to one axis to prevent that. I had a little mishap when I tested the return springs I added. Oh, shoot. That was what I was worried about. Oh, it just straight up sheared off the hook. See, that's what I mean when I say springs are actually scary. It's electricity doesn't scare me. Springs scare me. I ended up just forgoing the return spring since the internal one seemed adequate. All right, for the first test with the
hold up.
Since the
Do you still have the welder there? Okay, I guess.
Internal one seemed adequate. All right, for the first test with the two log splitters here, I'm going to zap 2 more of those quadruple aught cables just because they have a very predictable fusing properties. So yeah, I really, really hope that this works. All right, here we go.
That seems to be mostly effective.
That was good. That was very good. I liked that. The scope showed that the switch bounced at first, but it did eventually completely close when 160,000 amps were passing through it. The slow-mo confirms this as well, as the switch quits making sparks before the cables explode. The drop in current at the end was from the cables getting magnetically ripped from the blocks. Further testing gave the same results. The switch would initially bounce, but it would still close afterwards. I had to concede that this was gonna have to do. I needed to continue on to the main experiments before autumn temperatures got too cold and put too much of a hinder on the current I could pull from my batteries. It took me months, but now I finally reached the point where I can hold sustained currents of over 150,000 amps.
Shit.
You're about to see what this kind of current can do to small objects, but I still think it's worth giving you a sense of scale and just how incredible this number really is. So, how big is 150,000 amps? Well, this is fusion reactor levels of current.
It is.
And this is enough to ignite DT nuclear fusion in a Z-pinch fuser. This level of current exceeds the entirety of the auroral Birkeland currents that surround the planet on a typical day. It also far exceeds even the top 1% of lightning strikes. And in fact, the charge transfer during a single shot from these batteries is more comparable to an entire thunderstorm's worth of lightning bolts. Now, I get to screw...
Okay, I did not know it is that much. And we are not even half through the video. I can't wait to see what he comes about.
Around with these baffling levels of current. A 1-inch bolt was the finale of my 100 battery video, so I'm curious to see if it's much different with 400 batteries.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's more efficient. Certainly.
Wow!
My
that
thoughts
was
exactly.
a lot of sparks! That was really cool! Wow! So in the previous video I made a crowbar circuit, so of course I want to try it with the 400 car batteries this time. Now as a review, a crowbar circuit is a real thing. It just usually doesn't mean using a literal crowbar for it. It just means to have something short the power supply rails to protect the rest of the circuit. So yeah, let's see how long this thing will hold up to the car batteries.
That's just iron.
Here we go.
So it should take not that long. Yeah, I figured as much.
Everything's on fire! Oh, that's beautiful. Dude, that's insane. Look at all that hot metal. Look at all that hot metal.
Yeah, that's
it's like burning the dirt. Look at that. All that just incredible. It blew it up into a bunch of chunks.
Mm-hmm.
That's really crazy. It didn't do that last time. My friend James brought over his dad's old wrench to see it zapped by the car batteries. Where's the leak, ma'am?
Nice.
Whoa, what? Wow.
That is insane. Wait, that broke in like...
Yeah, it broke in a bunch of spots. Just like what happened to the crowbar, the magnetic forces on the wrench broke it up into several pieces when it melted through.
Yeah, that would make sense since they are like hardened, so they will snap instead of bend, unless you get the demo ones.
I still hadn't figured out where this upward force was coming from, but when I zapped brass bars, I had an epiphany. The big bar suffered the same fate as many of the cables I had blown up, in that it was magnetically ejected before it could burn through. It still made an impressive display of spark.
I find it kind of funny that he has the whole ass bunker, but he's still using a tree as cover.
Though. It was the small bar that gave me the revelation. It got lost, didn't it? The bar melted on both ends and was ejected perfectly upwards, being sent into a fast spin as it was launched. The bar solidified into this bent shape, which I figured approximated the equilibrium state of forces on the bar when it's on the blocks. I've already mentioned that the forces from the opposing loops of cable cancel out, which meant that the upward force must have been coming from the fields of the nearby path of current feeding the loads. I realized that an object off the axis of the main current would be exposed to much stronger fields than an object in line with the current. The fact that the current had to make the small bend off the blocks was the origin of this super strong force. The funny thing is that this explanation is actually wrong, but it still gives the right result. Mounting objects closer to the center of the block ends would reduce these forces. When I zapped a kilogram ingot of bismuth, I was able to jam it in the middle well enough to minimize these forces. This was one of the most impressive burn-throughs I achieved with the batteries, and there was very little left of the bar afterwards. The slow-mo shows that much of the metal likely boiled off, giving these incredible plasma fireballs, as the metal vapor reacted with the oxygen in the air. The yellow color of the smoke is due to the bismuth trioxide that was formed in the reaction. I zapped a big block of zinc, and although it wasn't particularly noteworthy, it did lead to something funny. So look at this ridiculous thing. So these blocks were sitting on the ground and got magnetically sucked in there. Then they shorted and welded themselves together.
They end up being
Zinc gives far more beautiful effects when it's plated onto steel, like on this galvanized pipe here. It's funny because I zapped all sorts of weird and exotic metals for this video, and humble old zinc stole the show from all but a few of them. Zinc's fairly high reactivity, paired with its unusually low boiling point, gives unique effects unlike any other metal I've zapped, other than maybe bismuth. The fact that zinc burns green at a modest light level is what really takes the cake when it comes to slow-mo filming though. I zapped a couple titanium bars, and although they were cool, they were so bright that I failed to get good slow-mo footage of them. The most notable effect from this trial was that the two bars magnetically attracted each other and welded themselves together. I zapped some pieces of zirconium, which is among the hottest and brightest burning metals.
Zirconium. Well, that says hottest and brightest burning metals. I forget the melting point of this one. But it seems to effectively...
So bright! Much like titanium, zirconium was so bright that it too was challenging to capture on camera. It feels weird for me to complain about something being too bright, but the enormous contrast in light levels is difficult to squeeze within the dynamic range of even a nice camera. I substantially dialed back the exposure on the slow-mo shots compared to most other metals, and they still ended up on the overexposed side. Now that being said, I love how well the little popping pieces of burning zirconium show up in these scenes. I revisited titanium in the form of little chunks to make another attempt at slow-mo. I cranked back the exposure, but it still wasn't as much as I should have. Now that being said, it still showcased similar popping sparks to what I got with the zirconium. As a bonus, this shot made a perfect smoke ring as well.
Boop. There it goes.
I was curious how this configuration would work with a bunch of Abe zinc and pennies. I'm pouring one out for the US penny. Ha! This one I see I shot with a laser at some point. Funny.
Rip pennies. Well, you made a lot of bullets. I guess.
So there's one really big spike there. Like about 140,000 amps for a short bit. So that's... Wow, that was actually more than I expected, but of course it was very brief. That's hilarious. I was surprised how violently the pennies were ejected from the center like this. But then...
Why would you be surprised? There's a metric fuck ton of energy.
Again, weirder things have happened at 140,000 amps. Yet again, zinc showed off its beautiful pyrotechnic colors in this shot, which were likely complemented by the copper shells that surround the zinc cores. The thick and delicious zinc oxide smoke seems to make filming the burning metals so much easier, as the smoke diffuses the light and limits such stark contrast in light levels. I tried the same configuration with a bunch of bolts and nuts to see if ferromagnetic effects would change anything.
Probably not gonna do as much.
Wow, look how much different that was. So, they didn't even get ejected. They all just stayed there for the most part. I guess they were magnetically sucked in there. That's really interesting. Wow. Yeah, look at that. Just one giant...
You know what? You have an art piece now. You can sell that on, I don't know, eBay or whatever.
mass that all melted together. Now that is an abstract art piece there. Beautiful.
Same
I revisited aluminum and had a few notable shots. In one trial, I made a really cool sounding oscillator. The lens on my tree camera was hit in another shot as well. Since aluminum burns so brightly in air, I wondered, would it burn in the same way if I zapped some underwater? When I tried crushing a copper pipe underwater, it ended up just exploding, but it made for really cool high-speed footage. I found another aquarium in the woods to attempt this setup with aluminum cable. Alright, so, camera, flashlight, yeet, camera. Flashlight.
Yeet, camera.
Okay, getting ready. Glass went absolutely everywhere on that shot.
Was that ever a question?
I mean, everywhere. Water went everywhere. My cameras are soaked. That was ridiculous. That thing blew up so violently. Okay.
Hold up. That's not an aquarium you find at the woods. That was something you built.
I really hope that was good.
Look at it.
Whoa! Oh my goodness. Oh, that was a cool shot.
Let's see.
Wow. That was beautiful. Okay, yes. That's what I wanted. Only the Lord decides how the switch will perform in a given shot, and this was its slowest turn on of the entire video. Now, this gradual ramp up of the current actually made for some interesting slow motion effects. Once the aluminum was heated well beyond the boiling point of water, the
okay, this is cool looking as fuck.
Leidenfrost effect became apparent through these neat oscillating bubbles. The switch managed to close about a millisecond before the cable melted, pushing the current to around 70,000 amps as it exploded. You can actually see the aluminum melt here, and notice how it gets magnetically crushed inwards the moment before it explodes. This explosion was so much more violent than the copper pipe that I suspect...
okay, third or fourth time I say this, we need to get the slow-mo guys on this.
That chemical effects played a role. The reaction of aluminum and water is extremely energetic, exceeding even thermite by mass. However, this reaction is incredibly difficult to initiate, but I figure a 70,000 amp plasma would do it. I wanted a better shot of the explosion itself, so I obtained another aquarium and crimped another aluminum cable. I used a smaller lug that better fit the cable in order to push the explosion to the center. Alright, here we go.
Or, maybe the aquarium is not self-made, but the rig is.
Okay, that sounded good. Unfortunately, the copper lugs exploded before the aluminum here.
Unfortunately.
I managed to push 100,000 amps through this one, but the explosion was less violent than the previous shot, which implies the shot earlier was indeed chemically enhanced. I substantially dialed back the exposure on the slow-mo compared to the last shot, and even though it was the copper that exploded here, the details of the plasma bubble are much more apparent this time. The last element on my list to zap is tungsten, which is the metal with the highest melting point. This quarter-inch thick rod may not...
Okay, so I was correct. The tungsten not only is like one of the most heaviest things, but also with the highest melting point. Good. Then I didn't remember incorrect. And we are not even half through this video. I can't wait to see what we have in the latter part.
Not seem like much, but this is tungsten after all, so there's a sizable mass here. Here goes nothing. Did it just burn through instantly? What? Alright, this is really strange here. So, it actually just burned and melted the steel around that. There was steel holding it down and it just melted right through that. I think the tungsten did burn a bit, but yeah, it just melted everything else around it. I guess I shouldn't be so surprised, but that's pretty funny. Well, I smacked it to unweld it, and it just broke it. Of course, tungsten is pretty brittle, so I'm gonna have to get a bigger piece of tungsten here to zap. Alright, I've got this long tungsten rod here. So it's a 1/4 inch in diameter. And the thing is, I know that electrically, this isn't a big challenge for these batteries here. This is really more of a materials challenge. Alright, so the idea here is that I've added some copper under...
What? The actual... Oh, okay, so copper is very conductive. I don't think this will work.
This tungsten rod here. And then I'm going to use these graphite blocks to hold it down with the clamps. So yeah, hopefully this works. I'm starting to worry that I'm not going to be able to pull this off. But this should at least make a lot of sparks. So let's try this. Alright, here we go.
Well, it burned something.
Oh yeah, it completely detonated. Oh yes, it completely detonated in there. Wow! Completely obliterated it. So let's see what the remnants look like here. Look at that, that's true melting. Happened so fast that it definitely wasn't burning. It actually straight up melted the tungsten. The slow-mo of this shot is one of my favorites from the entire video.
Okay, this is
the white-hot rod gets magnetically shattered into pieces as it melts, sending a shower of burning fragments upward in a scene that resembles something from the Hubble Space Telescope. Alright, so you can clearly see that definitely melted there. So, I mean, it happened so fast that this couldn't possibly just be from burning. You can see how it liquefied there. I might try zapping these pieces in parallel to see, maybe get a better slow-mo shot.
Well, that worked, I guess. Yeah.
Holy heck.
Oh, heck.
I dialed back the exposure a bit compared to the first shot. And yet, this one ended up even more overexposed than the first. I really should have expected this with twice the metal, though. Not only did it melt, it was splashed upwards there. Man, I wish tungsten wasn't so expensive, because I'd love to throw just a huge chunk on here. I ended up splurging on this 1/2 inch thick rod of tungsten. Once again, this may not look like that much, but it weighs nearly 1 kilogram. To put that in...
It weighs more than a squirrel.
In perspective, this thing weighs more than a typical fox squirrel, which is North America's largest species of tree squirrel. The thing is, though, melting this rod in air felt like it wouldn't even be a challenge. Of course the batteries could do it. I wanted to melt this rod underwater. This meant I had to come up with some clever mounts. Even though copper melts at a far lower temperature than tungsten, I figured that with enough contact area and a big enough current, the tungsten would still melt even if the full contact area of the copper melted first.
Science.
The only issue with a full liquid metal conduction interface is that nothing would stop magnetic forces from blasting the copper plates outwards. So, I loosely bolted the plates to a block of phenolic. That way, as the copper melts, the magnetic forces will twist the plates in a way that exposes the tungsten to more solid copper.
Phenolic is... just some...
I couldn't find any more aquariums in the woods, so I had to start buying them at Walmart. The setup of this took so long, I'll be very disappointed if this does not work. Alright. Oh man, I'm nervous. Okay. Alright, here we go.
That
What happened?
is interesting.
I don't even know what happened. Oh, it's totally gone. What happened here? I didn't hear like this big explosion, but I just heard like this boiling. The scope makes it look like it melted instantly. I don't see the tungsten rod. I don't know what happened to it, and it clearly exploded. So, yeah, we'll find out once this is done saving. That's really strange. There's a lot to unravel in this footage, so I'm going to start with the real-time views.
Wow. Ah, I see what happened there.
Let's start with the obvious. The tungsten was blown to pieces as well as the aquarium. However, did you notice that crazy blue smoke? The submerged piece of white-hot tungsten reacted with water to make this ridiculous mixed suboxide. I had no idea tungsten could make a blue compound like this. When the water drained and this piece was exposed to air, it then burned with the typical yellowish smoke associated with this trioxide. Another important detail is that the cables feeding the aquarium Z-pinched so violently that they nearly uncrimped themselves. Now for the slow-mo. The current in this shot quickly rose to 100,000 amps, producing tremendous magnetic forces on the cable loop feeding the rod, and it was these forces that shattered the aquarium. It took a full 1/10 of a second for the tungsten to melt after the aquarium first broke, and since the view is so obscured by water at this point, I can't say for sure whether it actually melted underwater. Chances are better than not that some part of it was exposed to air, though. Yeah, Lorentz forces were too strong, it looks like. It's so hard to avoid those huge forces just because the cable has to bend when it goes in there. You know, if I had time to redo this again, I would replace 2 of the edges on the aquarium so I could, with like, I don't know, wood or something. That way I could pass the cable straight through it. That would save a lot of the forces.
Yeah,
but I guess for now I'm going to have to call it quits. At this point, I decided to revisit the magnetic pipe crushing experiments. Even though I had already managed a hot pipe crush earlier, I wanted a better slow-mo shot of that happening, so I repeated the trial with another unfused pipe. However, it failed to crush. The new switch was way too slow to crush even a melting half-inch pipe. With the switch before this, the current would quickly ramp up to 100,000 amps, even if it bounced afterwards. While this new switch can actually close, it can take a full 1/10 of a second to reach full current. That's way too slow. I moved up to bigger size pipes for the next trials. I didn't have any cable that would conveniently crimp to this size of pipe, so I just smashed the pipe ends flat with a hammer. The idea with the bigger pipe is that it would allow the current to rise to a higher value before the pipe melts, although it comes at the cost of requiring even higher current to achieve a given magnetic pressure. Unfortunately, even this did not lead to the pipe crushing. Then one day I had some friends over and I stuck a pipe on the contacts, just with the intention of making a loud bang for them. The switch decided to turn on quickly for once.
What was the second one?
So usually because the switch is slow, so you heard the switch go and but something was magnetically ejected. I don't know what. Something got thrown.
That was good.
Oh yeah, that launched itself pretty impressively.
Woo! Yeah, look at that. Completely, totally crushed. The pipe was crushed so violently that it folded twice. It's too bad I didn't set up external lighting for the slow-mo camera, since I would have liked to have seen more detail here. The magnetic field managed to suck in some nearby steel plates and toss them into the yard.
Something over to the right there.
This sent me on a wild goose chase of catching this effect in better lighting. Naturally, the effect turned out to be super difficult to repeat, as the switch returned to misbehaving and turning on too slowly. I was determined to get this to show up on camera though, and blew up more pipes than I'd like to admit in pursuit. The switch wasn't always the failure mode in every shot though. Sometimes the C-clamps would give way, and other times, steel objects nearby would get sucked in magnetically and photobomb the shot. Crushing the pipe flat did turn out to be somewhat repeatable, and if I hadn't seen the cool double
hello,
fold
pipe.
earlier, I would have been quite content with this. However, I figured that with enough trials, the odds would be in my favor for the double fold to happen again. After countless trials, I finally got the lucky shot I was waiting for.
I see it already.
In hindsight, I think the trick was placing the pipe on the edge of the blocks, as this intersects a stronger external magnetic field than zigzagging the pipe through the middle. This adds additional lateral forces along the full length of the pipe that help initiate folding.
Beep, boop, there it is.
I didn't stop there, though. I still wanted to crush a pipe without melting it, and came up with an elaborate plan to do so. For starters, I suspected I could bypass the log splitter switch by using an SCR to slam on the
Yeah, he was talking about this solid state relays before.
circuit. Of course, I didn't expect the SCR to survive this, but if it worked for a single shot, that would be good enough. I also upgraded the pipe from the hardware store variety to oxygen-free high-conductivity copper. The reason being is that at liquid nitrogen temperatures, it's 10 times more conductive than copper at room temperature.
Okay, now we're getting into the extreme stuff. I like it. And not to say that all of it hasn't been extreme stuff. This is like literally the first time everything like this has been seen on YouTube. Like, he's not kidding with that shit.
Sure. This allows for significantly more time for the current to rise before the pipe melts. Now, I close the main switch. That is not touching. Okay. Now, I hit this. Go.
Let's see.
No, I missed it on the camera! Heck. No!
Oh no.
Ah!
So, liquid nitrogen. Screaming. Liquid nitrogen is pretty expensive.
I had been struggling with my slow-mo camera getting EMP'd, so I removed the trigger cable prior to this. I forgot that this changed the trigger rules on the camera, and pressing the record button didn't actually start the recording. Okay, so, man, it's too bad I don't have data from this shot, but it did pinch a little bit, but I think the most intriguing part is that it uncrimped itself, so this cable probably got, crushed, and then it pulled itself out there, so it pulled out the crimp. That's pretty wild, because I really crushed it down with a hydraulic crimp. So there was some pinching, and there's a little bit of crushing, but man, I just wish I had the data from that shot. That's a real shame. I decided to give this setup another try with a much more aggressively crimped pipe. I'm going to hit the camera to detonate it, right? Okay. Okay, what happened? Didn't even see any of this. Let's go look at the slow-mo. I did actually manage to capture slow-mo of this one. It's interesting how the SCR in this shot exploded, even though the one prior to this did not. Of course, the first one was still destroyed, though.
Yeah, that
Well,
was never a
looks
question,
like
was it?
it's the SCR that failed there. So, yeah, didn't quite work. That fuse is still totally intact. It had a peak of a little under 100,000 amps, but yeah, I couldn't make it any higher than that. I wonder how much of that was the SCR's fault versus other heating in the circuit. But yeah, disappointing. At this point, I had to admit defeat with the cold pipe crush, because there are still so many more experiments left to do. The cold pipe crush could probably be done with a pulse-forming inductor, though, or maybe just another 400 car batteries.
Yeah.
I want to do a brief section on zapping auto parts, since this was a popular request for me. An ignition coil seemed like a good place to start. In the past, I've abused ignition coils to pull off some cool high-voltage tricks. With the batteries, though, the internal coil melted too fast for anything interesting to happen. I figured that a starter motor would be more durable than the ignition coil, since it's designed to draw a significant amount of current in operation. Something tells me it isn't quite rated for the full 400 car batteries, though.
That's probably the thing. Well, I mean, it's fun, huh?
Slow-mo shows that the motor did start to spin, but it still only managed to survive for mere milliseconds before burning up. Now I'm just going to try shorting it through the case. I feel like this should be, should make more sparks this way at least.
Well, yeah, that would do it.
Ah, yes, much better. I have this long-dead car battery here that measures 0 volts and will not take a charge. I'm curious what will happen by zapping it with the batteries. You know, I feel like containing this one wouldn't be such a bad idea. I'll,
Is that an old microwave? Yes, it is.
Play it safe with this microwave casing.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And nothing happened.
Oh, jeez. Can't tell what happened. No. This was one of my most surprising experiments. It looked as if nothing happened, but instead of exploding, this battery was actually revived somewhat.
What? Shit, I just got my car battery replaced. Maybe I should have hooked up 400 car batteries into it instead.
It seems the plates were desulfated because the battery can now take and hold a charge. That's wild. You know, jumper cables work pretty well with 1 car battery, so of course I wonder how well they'll work with 400. I wonder if they'll melt.
No, I'm genuinely surprised by that one. Holy shit.
First, or if they'll magnetically rip apart. So I guess there's just one way to find out. Oh hey, I was not expecting this.
Oh, penny desk.
Oh, you're gonna be a problem, because I can't blow things up if you're here. Are you gonna interfere with my car batteries? My squirrel friend Ophelia decided to visit, so I had to wait to test out the jumper cables. She's used to all the explosions at this point, but I figured I'd let her chew on these antlers in peace before blowing anything up. After a subsequent splooting session, she ran off and I was able to continue with the jumper cable test.
Thank you, Ophelia, for gracing us with your presence. What a cute one.
So here's the jig for the jumper cables. So I'm just going to, I just have them short of there, just to see what happens there. So we'll see what breaks off first. There we go.
It's gonna be the cable.
What?
Yeah.
The switch is closed.
It closed at the...
Oh, well, there's the culprit. It just, it melted through the, I guess where it was crimped to the clamp there.
I figured that much.
Well, if these clamps are just going to melt off, I at least want to see what the actual cable does. So now I just have the bare cable against the blocks.
Well, it'll go at one of the connections. I guess here. Yep.
Alright, so this is kind of sus. Get that in focus. Look how, look, it's silver colored. Is this like copper plated aluminum or something? The box said it was pure copper. So that's not pure copper. I don't like that. I think this is just garbage, garbage jumper cable.
Imagine that.
I ended up making some much nicer jumper cables.
Well, yeah, those are interesting.
Cables using 4/0 copper cable. Alright, this is what I have for the new jumper cable setup. So, have them actually bolted together there, but you can see how that is glued together there. So that's really what I wanted to show. Alright, am I ready?
The magnetic stuff?
Yes.
Skibidi, skibidi. Switch. that blew up at many places.
Oh yeah, they got obliterated. They got obliterated. Nice. This was exactly what I was hoping to see. The huge currents traveling in opposite directions through the cables caused tremendous magnetic forces that ripped them apart. I couldn't get this to happen with the garbage cables I zapped earlier, because they melted before passing enough current. The final auto part to zap is the suspension spring here, and I did this one with an audience. Are you guys ready?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
So it's the same French focus. This suspension spring ended up as one of my favorite shots of the whole project, and for such an ironic reason too. The long length of steel acted as a resistor and substantially limited the current, starting at only 8,000 amps and dropping to less than 1,000 by the time it melted through. It's usually all or nothing with these batteries. Either the items are obliterated in milliseconds, or nothing interesting happens. It was cool to see something that fell in the middle ground between these two categories. Later on, I zapped a length of chain that gave a similar middle ground result. In this case, the chain reached a steady state where it got red hot but never melted through. Yes,
Other than this chain and the suspension...
Because it has a bunch of resistance, that makes sense. I like how this part is just not hot, because, well, this is the contact point. Whereas somehow this doesn't... No, actually there is a place over there where it has no contact point. No.
Spring though. Everything else I zapped either instantly exploded or had no visible reaction. Whoa! For the next experiments, I've hooked the output of the car batteries up to this metal stick here, mainly because I want to try cutting stuff with it. Now, I did some experiments like this in the last video, but with this one, I'm most interested in testing different electrode materials, because I can already tell you that this steel electrode here is not going to last long. So yeah, let's get to experimenting.
Well, you have a lot of electrode there.
Now, I'm going to have to step up the PPE for this section. In particular, I have this arc flash hood. Now, this was actually given to me by Greg Lay. And if you don't know who he is, he recently had a lot of notoriety for his Lorentz cannon video.
Yeah, this video is epic. I haven't reacted to it, but well, I have seen it, but I haven't reacted to it. If you want to see a great video, watch this one.
That he posted. Now, I actually find it hilarious that this is the video that got him so much notoriety, because that's really like a tame project for him. He's currently building the biggest Tesla coils ever operated right now to do some just ridiculous lightning experiments. So yeah, that guy is the man when it comes to electricity. So if you don't know who he is, you should definitely check him out. And yes, a big thank you to him for giving me this arc flash hood. I'm gonna keep this section short because between my respirator and arc flash hood, it sounded like I was speaking through a wet sock on my microphone. I would like to take a moment to appreciate the sparks that iron makes, not only here, but throughout this whole project. Iron sparks aren't nearly as bright as many other metals, but this fairly subtle effect pairs nicely with the extreme powers I have available. Plus, when it comes to filming these effects, it's much easier to capture something like iron sparking compared to a bright metal like magnesium. Honestly, iron is an underappreciated element overall. You know, I think of those memes where it says this is why women live longer than men. Yeah, well, that was fun. Now, I want you to notice those curved paths there. I felt this, force off to the side when I was trying to cut there. I think that was being magnetically deflected. It was really strong too. All right, now I've upgraded to a magnesium electrode this time. Now, magnesium doesn't have a very high melting point, but it is surprisingly conductive, and most importantly, it's very pyrotechnic. So I'm curious to see what happens when I try cutting iron with this magnesium electrode here. Oh dear.
Well, that happens.
Right off the bat, it was clear that magnesium was an entirely different animal. Since magnesium burns so readily and energetically in air, these chemical effects greatly enhanced the heat produced in the arc. It didn't take long to ignite a good portion of my yard on fire with these scenes.
Yeah,
the most dramatic difference compared to iron was how hard it was to hold the magnesium electrode. It was extremely difficult to make more than a brief contact, since the electrode would get forcefully ejected from the object I was zapping. The magnesium was obviously drawing more current here. Now, one interesting thing I do want to note is that the magnesium here didn't get that warm. So even though, you know, it just produced just incredible temperatures there, what happened here, it just, because it's so conductive, it really didn't get that hot. It wasn't on fire, so I dumped some water on it, and it even like sizzle. Now this is the one I'm most excited for. It's a big rod of titanium. Now titanium has a, it's more resistive than the magnesium is, which honestly is probably going to be a good thing, but also has a very high melting point, and more importantly, it's still very pyrotechnic. So yeah, I'm going to hook it up to that stick over there and try it out.
Hold up, I need to take a quick toilet break, and let's see. This is gonna be a good one. I'll be back in like 1 minute. This is gonna be a good one. Yep.
I would say that titanium was my favorite of the 3 metals I tested. It was far easier to hold the titanium electrode compared to the magnesium one, likely due to its much lower conductivity limiting the current. Even with the lower current, I'd bet that the average power was still higher, simply because I could actually hold the electrode in place and get a faster train of pulses compared to what I could with magnesium. Titanium's high melting point also meant that this electrode lasted much longer than the others. Look at that titanium rod!
Oh, damn.
I didn't even realize it was getting so hot. Yeah, it's clearly more resistive there, but
a dog would be...
I can't believe that. But wow, that one is fun. That is very fun. There's an old saying that says that anything will act as a fuse if you put enough current through it. I feel like most of the experiments in this video fall under that. However, I do want to try popping some like actual legit fuses with these batteries. In most other scenarios, a 500 amp fuse would seem pretty huge, but in this context, it's pretty tiny. What happens when I zap it with the batteries?
Well, it goes in like 0.1 millisecond. Yeah, that's about it.
If you thought that was boring, well, it's designed to be boring. A fuse is supposed to break the circuit in the least exciting way possible. I cut open the fuse to see what's inside. As you can see, it's filled with sand, which prevents it from getting spicy when it blows. Some of the sand actually melted to the fuse element there.
Nope,
Here I have a 1000 amp fuse, and I'm actually going to cut it open first. That way we can at least see some sparks when it pops.
Okay.
This fuse looks to have parallel elements inside. I hope this one is more exciting than the last one.
It'll be more exciting. Yeah.
Nothing to write home about, but that vivid green flash was pretty neat. I can see the burn through there was a lot more complete compared to the last one. That's probably just because I got rid of all the sand inside. I refilled the fuse with indium metal to see if anything cooler would happen when it zapped.
Okay, now we're getting something.
Probably should have done the math on that one because the indium didn't melt at all, so I think there's just way too much cross-sectional area of indium. But look, that the magnetic force has actually bent those tabs there. Those are thick tabs. So that's pretty silly. The slow-mo shows that the extreme currents may have magnetically ejected the fuse before the indium could melt. Regardless, I doubled up the cable feeding the fuse for the next shot to play it safe.
Let's see. Oh, something happened. Definitely.
Alright, there we go. Yeah, I don't think there is a drop of indium left in that fuse. That just completely exploded. That's really, really funny. Oh, and there's a bolt there that I did not put that there. That just, of course, got magnetically sucked in, as everything does. And let's go take a look at the current. 120, 130, 130,000 amps. Not bad. The slow-mo on this one turned out awesome, even though the clamps barely held up for the shot. Most of the indium was ejected as it liquefied, mainly via magnetic forces at first, and then when the fuse finally popped, it made an impressive explosion. Alright, now it's time for the real inspiration of this section. Some years back, the electricity legend photonic induction popped a 5,000 amp fuse. As far as I know, this is still the biggest fuse that's been popped on video.
This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
I'm gonna try popping a 6,000 amp fuse. This monster weighs something like 45 pounds, and it's the biggest fuse that I could find online. Now, it's not often that I can beat photonic induction at anything, so I felt like this was a good use of my batteries. This monster has silver-plated copper contacts, and has an impressive 200,000 amp interruption rating. That's one heck of a fuse. Now, of course, being a 6,000 amp fuse means that it's meant to conduct 6,000 amps without popping. So something like this car battery here, I mean, it could short this car battery all day and it's not gonna pop. I mean, it's gonna kill the car battery first. So this is where the 400 car batteries come in. So how much current does it take to pop this thing? Well, that depends on the duration of the impulse. My 6,000 amp fuse is the top line on this curve here. So based on this, at 10,000 amps, the fuse will last about 17 minutes before popping. If you go up to 20,000 amps, it'll last about a little less than a minute. But of course, I'm most interested in this end of the curve. At 100,000 amps, it'll only last 10 milliseconds. Now, of course, the actual peak current that this gets to before it pops is going to depend on how my switch wants to behave. But regardless, this shouldn't be very hard for my batteries. In the interest of making more sparks, I opened it up and emptied out all the sand inside. This does change its fusing characteristics, but I would argue that due to the nature of the continuous extreme DC currents I'll be feeding it, the fuse will now take an even higher impulse before breaking the circuit. The reason being is that without the sand, it's going to make some angry plasma. That's hilarious. It's just
like fuses in parallel. I mean that's interesting. No?
Bunch of smaller fuses in parallel. Yeah. It's like that all the way down, isn't it?
It's turtles all the way down.
Fuselets all the way down. I'm not even gonna bother cleaning the contacts here because it'll melt straight through all that, char and stuff on there. All right, there it is. All the cameras going. Here we go.
I'm not sure why he was wearing all the protective gear while putting that in. He has this clamp thing. Okay, but maybe it was for YouTube. And we have a bunch of random shit over there that's gonna fly you over. Okay, Stadapyro, I see what you're doing there.
All right, I think I'm ready for this. Let me get my slow-mo camera set up here. All the cameras good? Think so? All right, here we go.
But still using the 3-4 cover.
Jeez! I think I popped it.
Well, so it would seem.
Wow! I can't wait to see what it pulled in the scope there.
That would actually be.
Oh yeah, big pulse there. Oh, what happened? What? It's not dead. No, no way. It melted the contact block. It didn't blow up the fuse. That's crazy. What? It didn't pop it. What? Look at that. It melted the block first, and it ripped up that C-clamp. That's insane. I'll just have to resituate that, because yeah, the fuse is completely intact. Wow. I was so confident that that was going to work in one shot, too.
But are you gonna beat photonic induction then?
It's crazy. Sure enough, the close-ups show that the fuse itself was completely untouched by this. The sparks were simply from the contacts below burning up, and causing the C-clamps to give way as a result. If you wonder why I didn't bolt the fuse to the blocks, it's because the blocks are too uneven from previous experiments, meaning bolts would lead to the same results as the C-clamps. This isn't something I can buff out. A suitable clamp, however, will allow the high points to melt, giving a conduction path with very low resistance. Okay, so I've changed this side to spring clamps, that way it can follow through as any variations burn out there. So yeah, let's give that another go. Dude, I can't believe that this is taking me 2 tries. This is silly. All right, here we go.
I don't think that worked.
Okay, yes, that one finally popped it. Thank goodness.
Oh no, wait, yes it did.
There we go. I'm surprised how clean of a burn through that was. It just completely vaporized those pieces in there. Kind of surprised, just considering the voltage I'm dealing with is low. But that definitely did it. That was a full pop. The switch had a few hiccups there, but once it finally closed, the fuse pulled 150,000 amps. So that is why that was so violent there. Nice. The slow-mo shows that the fuse made an incredibly violent plasma jet when it burned through. Impressive. One thing I have to mention is that when photonic induction popped his fuse, he used a capacitor bank that gave a short but intense impulse. Now, he claims a peak current of 200,000 amps.
I believe him.
Now, even though he doesn't provide waveforms, he likely achieved at least that number. Now, when I set out to make this video, I really thought I was going to show you the highest current on YouTube, but that's because I didn't consider his video. And I popped a bigger fuse than him, but as far as the highest peak current on YouTube, he still has me beat. I will say this though, his capacitor bank is very impressive. And although I don't have a capacitor bank like he does, I do...
Yet. I expect that Styropyro will eventually make one.
Actually have a more energetic pulsed electrical device. No, I'm not talking about the batteries. I'm talking about the cables feeding the batteries, specifically in their inductance. When the bank fires, there's actually more energy stored in the magnetic field around the cables than photonic induction's capacitor bank at full charge. This inductive energy plays a role in the explosions I get when objects burn through.
That works.
Now, even though I popped this fuse, I still have one experiment in mind left for it. I want to see how it acts when filled with metallic sodium.
Ooh, okay.
Interestingly, when I was considering sacrificial fuses for the pipe crushing experiment, sodium metal stuck out to me as a promising material, since it has a very high conductivity along with a low melting point.
Well,
yeah, just sort of smash it all in the middle like that.
Yeah.
I can shove it back in. There was a lot of leftover sodium from that shot, so I smashed it up against the contacts in order to give it another zap. Alrighty, here we go.
Okay, now we're just messing around.
Honestly, these shots were kinda mid.
Yeah.
I think sodium's high conductivity actually made it hard to heat up with the batteries.
To be fair,
Spraying everything down with a hose afterwards showed that little droplets of sodium had been splattered everywhere, which I thought was pretty funny. Now it's time for my favorite experiments of this whole project, the magnetic experiments.
Okay,
As you've seen countless times by now, the currents I can pull from my batteries produce incredibly strong magnetic fields. Now, these fields were a nightmare when I was trying to build my switch, But now that I have that somewhat solved, now I can actually have fun with the magnetic field. A typical electromagnet involves a coil of wire wrapped around an iron core. At the current I'm dealing with, though, an iron core will just saturate, which means I'm better off not using anything as a core material. Now the problem is that making even a bare coil is an engineering challenge at these currents. It takes an enormous amount of metal to not melt just instantly, and that's on top of how magnetic forces will try to shred any coil arrangement. As an example, I wound this coil here with stiff aluminum cable. Its resistance is high enough that it will only pass around 50,000 amps or so.
Yeah, it's gonna melt. There we go.
Even at these limited currents, the coil windings are strongly attracted to each other and cause the coil to scrunch up. At 150,000 amps, these forces would be far stronger. I spent a lot of time considering how I was going to make suitable coils without spending a fortune on metal. But after witnessing how anything becomes a magnetic black hole at these currents, I realized that even straight pieces of copper...
It's not going to be a black hole, but yeah, I see what you mean.
...would be more than adequate for these experiments. Sure enough, by sticking a couple cables on the blocks and tossing a bunch of nuts and bolts around them, the magnetic effects are super obvious. Wow, look at the exploded cable there. The switch performed horribly in this shot, but even so, the nuts and bolts were glued to the cable before the current had hit even a quarter of peak. When the cable finally melted through, it managed to catapult some of the bolts across the yard. Anyone that grew up with a CRT TV is probably aware of the fun that can be had when a magnet is brought near them.
Oh, please use a CRT TV for this one. This will be cool.
Sensitivity to magnetic fields is the same effect as all the other magnetic forces in this video. It is yet another example of the Lorentz force acting on current. I was curious how much a CRT TV would be affected by the fields produced by this battery bank. The load for this shot is my standard pair of 4/0 copper cable.
That's gonna just destroy it.
I really hope this doesn't kill the TV. All right, let's do this. And here we go.
It was in fact dead.
That had an adverse effect on the electronics in this TV.
Imagine that. Whoa, it actually survived.
The magnetic field was so intense that it just turned off. I didn't know that could happen. Oh yeah, the CRT looks different after that. I know it temporarily killed it, but yeah, let's take a look. Yeah, I think that was a bit excessive because the magnetic field was so strong it just completely deflected the beam off the screen. So yeah, maybe I need to move it away. Yeah, that plasma shield did some work there. Ripped off one of the C-clamps and then wrapped that cable back. A peak of 160,000 amps, so pretty intense. You know, I think it was a bit much to have the TV in the center there. I decided, I moved it out this time, and I also, I'm going to limit the currents by using this steel rod instead of copper. Because yeah, I think 160,000 amps was a bit much.
Imagine that.
Then also, now that the field is going to be, the magnetic field is going to be reversing directions here, so maybe we'll actually fix the TV by having it sit out here. So yeah. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, let's see. Well, it did something. Well, not
yeah, that was much gentler that time. That was only about 55,000 amps. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. I'm glad I tried that. Now it looks as good as new. The image on a CRT TV is produced by an electron beam, and it's this current that gets deflected by the magnetic field. This sort of magnetic beam deflection is actually the basis of mass spectrometry, which is a standard analytical tool in chemistry. I made an important discovery when I zapped a Z-shaped cable. My intention was to physically simulate the forces and torque present on my Z-switch arrangement. The clamps ended up failing on this one, and it functioned as a magnetic catapult.
And it got an
if you look closely, cable fragments were ejected so quickly that it managed to do a little tree trimming out in the distance. The slow-mo shows a lot of cool details. A bunch of magnetic junk got sucked in like in every other shot, But in this one, a little magnetic particle managed to orbit the cable for a bit. The main takeaway from this shot, though, is that the cable is bent from its original arrangement and violently ejected upwards. I stuffed the cable back in the blocks, but this time I bent the cable so that it was below the center line of the currents feeding it. The switch struggled to close in this one, causing the cable to bounce around for a while at first, but the main result was clear. It was being violently slammed downwards this time. A bonus is that when the fuse in the center finally exploded, it ejected a neat ring of liquid copper. These shots gave me an epiphany regarding the mysterious forces that eject the cables from the blocks. I thought I had solved it earlier, in that the fields from the straight current through the blocks was causing this. But no, that's completely wrong. Those fields do exactly the opposite. They actually pulled inward via the Z-pinch effect. That means that this mysterious, tremendously strong outward force is actually beating the fierce Z-pinch forces that pull it inward. What's actually going on here is quite profound. I've had to read a lot about fusion power for this project, because I'm dealing with fusion levels of current, and the people in this field have done a good job at documenting the just crazy things that happen at extreme currents. Now, sure enough, the same phenomenon that launches items in my setup is actually a huge issue in fusion reactors. So here's the basic idea for what's going on.
So yeah, what they do have is what they have the toroidal stuff, but I thought they were using those forces, not having them be a problem.
So when a current path is perfectly straight, that means that the magnetic forces that crush inwards are also perfectly balanced. However, this is an unstable equilibrium. If there's any sort of bend in this current path, then you get this buildup of magnetic field on the inside of the curve compared to the outside, which causes a net force pushing outwards. Now, of course, this makes the current path make an even bigger bend, which means you have an even bigger force pushing outwards, and you get this runaway force, and this effect is called the kink instability. Now, in my setup, the fact that the...
Okay, I was going to say something. I'm not going to do it.
Current has to make this small bend off the blocks is actually the origin of this incredibly strong force that launches my items. And just to clarify this insanity, simply making the current take a 1-inch jump off the center of the blocks produces forces so strong that it can rip up 4 8-inch C-clamps that have been wrenched down so hard that the handles are bent. That is the nature of extreme currents for you. Now I'm lucky in that my current path is through a solid conductor, which means I can just add more clamps or maybe pound the ends flat first to defeat this force. Now when the conductor is a plasma, like in fusion, this is much harder to deal with. In fact, it's instabilities like this that are one of the main obstacles to achieving fusion power. In order to mitigate the kink instability, I started using leftover pipes from the crushing experiments as load.
Fuck it, I'll say it. Sometimes your kinks are unstable. Fuck me.
By pounding the ends flat, I can mount them closer to the blocks than the 4-aught cable, and the rigidity helps prevent runaway forces compared to the flexible cable as well. For this shot, I sprinkled a bunch of magnetite under the pipe.
Well, that certainly...
I was disappointed when I had to concede that I couldn't get a perfect turn-on with my switch. But in many of these experiments, the initial chaotic changes in current honestly make for cooler video. In this clip, an initial brief pulse launches some of the magnetite beyond the pipe, and this happens once again before the switch finally latches shut.
Holy shit, though. The latching on. I mean, I guess that would happen, but holy shit.
Closely, you'll see that the magnetite spirals inward as opposed to traveling straight to the pipe. The coolest part of this clip is after the pipe explodes and the magnetite rains down here in this crazy pattern. I think what's happening here is that the magnetite was magnetized by the current, and this residual magnetization causes the particles to clump up.
It's interesting that they go into one direction, though. Not the bad, fuck the bad, but so he didn't perfectly stabilize the horizontal level
and stick together. I wanted a better slow-mo shot of bolts getting sucked into the magnetic black hole of all this current. so I repeated this experiment using a pipe fragment as the load.
How did that bolt have to be there?
Woo! Alright. Beautiful. Unfortunately, both C-clamps failed to hold down the pipe in this one, causing a bunch of sparks to obscure the view. One of the C-clamps was completely destroyed here as well, since it briefly conducted some of the battery current. I used a longer pipe for the next shot. That way I could hold it down with 4 C-clamps instead of 2.
Is the bolts that fuse there?
This could be an epic one. Let's see how this one went. Oh yeah. That was awesome. Cool. Yeah, it was awesome. That was a good shot. I couldn't tell where it went, but that's just because it got slapped backwards there. And all those bolts just went everywhere. Yeah, it looks like a peak of 160,000 amps on that shot. Switch.
Yeah, again, we don't really know if it's really 160,000. It's a measurement, not a, but it's not a scientific one.
Had some issues, but hey, it did its job.
Not that I know.
Sort of.
I'm not a scientist.
This is one of my favorite shots of the entire video. The bolts were quickly sucked in by the current, and the oscillatory nature of the startup is once again apparent here. It's clear that it's not just the bolts getting pulled in by the field though. A spring clamp on the ground found its way to the pipe as well, and even way in the background, you can see everything magnetic getting thrown around. The pipe eventually collapsed by the forces of the current it was carrying, and it made a hefty fireball when it finally melted through. I wanted to see if I could hit a weight limit for the lifting forces, so I placed about 10 pounds of big bolts all around the pipe for this shot.
That
didn't sound good. I don't understand what happened. What? That's weird. They all got sucked in and glued to it? What? That doesn't make any sense. What? That's so weird. I've never had that happen. This one was unusual in that the bolts didn't fall back down afterwards. They were stuck to the pipe. No, this is really weird. So, the pipe got pulled downwards, and these are all, like, glued to the pipe. They're all welded together. The slow-mo shows that the nearby bolts were effortlessly sucked in by the magnetic field, and less than 1/10 of a second later, the bolts that were out of frame on the ground got sucked in as well. There was so much iron getting pulled in and accumulating on the pipe that it eventually spanned the entire gap between the blocks, which meant that it too began directly conducting some of the current. This current welded all of the bolts together and around the pipe, so this is why they didn't fall off afterwards. The biggest iron object I had that would fit between the blocks was this anvil. It weighs 10 kilos or...
What the fuck are you doing? What's iron? Okay,
22 pounds.
Let's see
so it's a hefty little piece of iron. All right, here we go.
Did you actually throw an...
Sounds like the anvil got zapped. It never stops being crazy to me that the strongest electromagnet I've gotten to screw around with on video isn't a big coil of wire around an iron core, or even a coil at all. It's merely a straight piece of copper that just so happens to pass an entire thunderstorm's worth of charge in a couple tenths of a second. Much like the big bolts before this, the anvil was pulled up against the copper blocks, causing it to pass some of the current as well, which is the reason for the sparks. I want to point out something surprising about the dirt on the blocks here. I know countless commenters are going to lecture me about dirty contacts increasing resistance and causing problems, but I found that the max current is completely unaffected by whether I clean these or not. Where contact resistance actually matters is in all the little cable connections throughout the bank. Those have to be spotless to get the currents I'm achieving. However, I found that anywhere the current density gets extreme, like the blocks or the switch, the contact interfaces actually melt, giving a purely metal conduction path that has extremely low resistance. If anything, the dirty blocks help the switch close faster, because the current initially ramps up slowly. Pretty weird, right? I zapped a pipe near an array of compasses in order to visually map out the fields. Notice how they're pointing
How many compasses is
all
this?
over the place at the start here. This is because of the pieces of iron nearby that have been magnetized from the
This is the same thing that he had earlier in the video.
previous experiments.
Well, one of those.
Jeez. Where'd it go? Where'd the pipe go? I have no idea where the pipe went. Here it is. Oh, it got crumpled like crazy. Look at that. Wow, it really folded in. That's impressive. That was one of my best crushes. I nearly didn't include this compass bit in the video, because what the compasses show doesn't make any sense. In particular, the 4 compasses on the side of the block to the left read alternating values. And that's ridiculous. They should all be aligned with each other.
No.
I initially chalked this up to the compasses being cheap garbage and simply reading incorrectly. The pipe crush at the end was so good, though, that I wanted to include this clip in the video. I decided to give the compasses the benefit of the doubt. I grabbed my box of new compasses and tested them with a magnet. Much to my surprise, they all tested perfectly. That's strange. I had kept the compasses used in the experiment separate since they were dirty, so I grabbed that box and tested them. Lo and behold, some of them read exactly the opposite of what they should. What gives? A compass works on the principle of a magnetized needle aligning itself with a magnetic field. It seems what happened here is that the magnetic field became so strong so suddenly that the compass needles that were initially aligned against the field didn't have enough time to reorient and were remagnetized in the opposite direction. That's pretty neat. I had noticed that these pipes have been acting as decent catapults, so I wanted to try intentionally launching something this way. I glued a big steel nut to this GoPro here and notched the pipe to cause it to melt through in this location.
Okay, this is where we go into fucking mad scientist theory, and I'm fucking loving it.
Yep, we're good. All right.
I mean, I expect the GoPro to die of the electromagnetic pulse, but we'll see.
Here we go.
No, it didn't go far.
Where'd it go? Oh, it didn't get launched. Well, it did not get launched into orbit, it looks like.
But that's a Hero 2, so that's one of the older ones.
Sad.
I think.
A little crispy, too. The inertial forces were too strong, and the nut was immediately ripped off the GoPro. The nut was catapulted into oblivion, but the GoPro barely moved.
So, yeah. If there's a thing about nothing there, I suppose.
I ended up bolting the nut to the GoPro in a very ironic way in order to give this another try.
Well, it took 3 seconds of flight time, so I would expect it went up to like 3 meters.
It did get launched. It wasn't launched as far as I'd like, but I am impressed how well it held up to the magnetic fields.
No, that was like 2 meters. Styropyro is pretty tall, but he's not that tall, so I would say 3 meters.
I've had major issues with my cameras getting EMP'd throughout this video, and that's even with them spaced much further away from the big currents. The time has come for the final experiments and my favorite shots of this project. I'm gonna see what happens to ferrofluid next to a pipe carrying 160,000 amps. Ferrofluid is a neat way to visualize magnetic fields, and it consists of magnetic particles suspended in a fluid. Most demos showcase it around permanent magnets, but of course, it works just as well around electromagnets too. Considering the strength of the fields I have available, I expect this one to be pretty cool.
Why have oscillation right now? Well, yeah, that's...
Woo! Something exploded. Oh good, the pipe crushed. Alright, that was cool. Let's see what that looks like. Oh! Holy! That was an epic shot! Wow! Wow! Okay. I didn't realize that the dark background wouldn't offer enough contrast against the ferrofluid to see it rise up, but at least the fluid wrapping around the pipe was super obvious. I want to point out the bit of ferrofluid.
It's like the symbiont from Spawn, or well, the Marvel universe of Spider-Man and Spawn.
That gets trapped around this little iron post, and that's due to the iron concentrating the fields in this area. As the pipe heated up, so did the ferrofluid around it, causing the oils to boil off and make a thick white fog. The pipe in this shot was crushed.
This is probably the coolest shot this far.
Crushed from the current, and when it finally melted through, the sparks ignited the oil vapors and made a huge fireball. I decided to give this another try with a better background, using a piece of wood to offer some contrast against the ferrofluid. Alright, here we go. Woo! That was nice. Let's see what that looked like. Wow, so completely stained that piece of wood black from the ferrofluid, and then it just crumbled that pipe. Nice. I wonder what the current was on that. Oh, it was huge. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, that was 160 at its peak. That was a really good shot. Well, for the new Switch configuration, holy heck. Sadly, I had bumped the camera lens out of focus for this one, which is such a shame because this shot was destined for great.
Holy shit, like, it's like Tulhu grabbing up the copper pipe.
This was my last bit of ferrofluid too, so I almost called it quits here and settled on the earlier shot. I realized that if there was one shot to do right, it was this one, so I ordered another bottle of ferrofluid to give it yet another go. Alright, so I'm gonna go camera, light, yeet switch, and back to the camera. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Jeez. Wow.
Yep, that's probably a good one.
Woo! That is always so surprisingly loud. Yes, yes, that was finally it. This was the shot right here, and I think it's the coolest thing I've ever filmed in my life. In the span of 1/10 of a second, nearly the entirety of the dish of ferrofluid was slammed up against the pipe, while the total circuit power rose to over 10 million watts. One detail that stands out to me is how the smaller bits of ferrofluid in midair are aligned with the field, and another is that many of the particles take a spiraled path inwards.
I like how the plates are like contacting before, well, everything fucking explodes.
Just like in the other attempts, the pipe implodes from the 160,000 amps that it passes, and once it melts through, it ignites the hot ferrofluid to make a huge fireball. I think it will be hard for me to ever top a shot like this. I've already mentioned that this video was not my idea, It was actually the company AnyDesk that reached out to me and wanted me to experiment with a bunch of car batteries. And of course, they bought me all the batteries as well as the supplies I needed to make this video possible. Now, the fact that a video sponsor came up with the best idea for a video on my channel is still just astonishing to me. I know AnyDesk is going for the whole Red Bull of science kind of vibe, and they really hit it out of the park with this one, because this was a genius idea for so many reasons. It's one thing to make an electrical video about something like capacitors or Tesla coils, and although these can be a lot...
This part is ad, but AnyDesk actually, well, if they paid for this shit,
a lot of fun. These aren't things that most people can relate with. But car batteries? Everybody knows what those are, and everybody knows they are powerful. It goes far beyond the clickbait appeal, though. These car batteries gave me currents rivaling what's seen in multi-billion-dollar facilities. They allowed me to poke the fundamental forces of the universe, and as a result, they allowed me to take footage unlike anything ever recorded before. You can thank AnyDesk for making all of this possible. So what even is AnyDesk? Well, AnyDesk gives you a lightning-fast connection to all your devices. Whether it's your computer, your surveillance network, or even your favorite experimental apparatus.
Yeah, so pretty much AnyDesk is like a remote monitoring and control platform for your own devices. Actually, I haven't heard anything bad from them, so I can personally recommend them as well.
You can manage them from all around the world with low latency and on low bandwidth. With AnyDesk, you can offer tech support for loved ones from the comfort of your home, or help out work clients from wherever life takes you. AnyDesk is free for personal use, and offers business plans that are custom tailored to your IT and work-from-home needs. AnyDesk is also in the business of supporting some of the coolest science projects on the internet. If you have ideas for ridiculous science experiments that you'd like me or another YouTuber to try, submit them at anydesk.com/science. The ideas that are brought to reality will win cool prizes and lead to the creation of epic videos. So yeah, a big thank you to AnyDesk for making this project possible. So at this point, I've ran out of time to continue the battery experiments. I mean, winter's clearly here, and the cold temperatures dramatically limit the kind of current I can pull from the batteries. That means that any further experiments will have to wait until next year when it warms back up again. So, what will I do with the batteries until then? Well, they're just gonna hibernate out here in the yard.
I hope you charge them though, because otherwise they're gonna be fucked up for next year.
Now, I know this is surprising to most, but the rain and snow really aren't bad for them. I mean, the only critical detail for storing them in the cold is that they're kept fully charged.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, the first 100 have been sitting out here for 2 years now. Oh my gosh, the snow is blinding me. But those 2-year-old batteries still test almost new, just because I've always kept them fully charged. Now, if you're curious how I've been charging the batteries, I've just been using this 1500 watt power supply here. Okay. Now, if you think this seems small, well, it is. It's just that, you know, every experiment with these batteries takes a lot of prep. So in a typical day, I can really only do a few shots, and, you know, that doesn't really discharge them by all that much. So, you know, slowly charging them with this thing is more than adequate. Now, I will say that it feels like I've barely scratched the surface of what's possible with these batteries. It's just that I spent so much time working on the Switch that I didn't have time to get through all the experiments that I wanted to. So needless to say, there will be more videos with these batteries in the future. Now, as far as future experiments go, there's a lot I have in mind. I really wanted to melt tungsten underwater, as well as some other underwater experiments. So that's probably like the lowest hanging fruit of future experiments I can do. Now, I know a lot of people want me to wire all these things in series here, but I really just can't think of that many things I'd do with that kind of arrangement. I mean, yeah, I could draw some just ridiculous arcs, but other than that, I really don't feel that it's worth the effort or risk, really. Now, that being said, I did arrange all of these battery sub-banks in a way where I can fairly easily rewire this bank to 500 volts. And, you know, 500 volts at 20,000 amps, I think there's a lot of fun to be had there. There is a more interesting way to get higher voltage from the batteries, though. If I were to stick a big coil in the circuit, that would allow me to get these big currents also at a high voltage. So the idea with that is that, you know, you'd build up a bunch of magnetic energy in the coil, which you can then release in an instant in this just enormous pulse. So if I wanted to build a railgun with these batteries, that's how I would power it. And even just for like blowing things up, if you stick a big coil between the batteries and the load, it's going to make the explosions a lot more violent. I'd like to give a special thank you to Greg Lay, Seth Miller, Bert Hickman, as well as all of the members of my Discord for the advice that they gave me throughout this project. I'd also like to thank all of my Patreon and channel members for all of the support. As always, these supporters get early viewing of my videos as well as sneak peeks on all of my projects. So yeah, that's all I have for this video. Hope you enjoyed it, and be sure to stay tuned for even crazier experiments in the future. Thanks for watching.
There you go. What's the time right now? I might have time for no, I don't have time for another one. I think that'll be it for me today. Thank you very much for watching. Should I? I'm probably not gonna upload my reaction to that on YouTube because it's a 2-hour video. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna end it here. I won't be streaming on the weekend because I'm attending an event, but I will probably be live sometime next week. That's it. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you again sometime soon, hopefully.